Now try it. Testing. When you see me come on stage, see if you hear it. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing testing testing.
Yeah, I need the embed them.
Okay. So look on the street. $19 burger.
18, yeah.
Well, did you get a soda?
No, I got a chicken.
Did you get a soda?
No.
Well,
Here,
you save
take-
that for a drink. I'm not gonna use that. I'm gonna order a burger over here. Let me try one of these smash burgers. Okay, look at the live stream. Tell me what you think. It was. Oh, are we going out? I think I had this turned off. Yeah, but the sound is not. Let me see. Test 1 2 1 2 1 2. Test 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 test. Is it off? You hear me? Okay. That would help. Plug that in the back.
Hello.
Testing 1 2 1 2. How you doing?
Hello.
Hey, great. Great to have you here, Steven. Appreciate you making it in today. And then when we're looking up at the camera, that's the camera up there. So, I'm talking to you, talking to them. Sounds good. Don't hit the key. Say something so we can hear you.
Hello. Yeah.
Can you hear yourself in your headphones?
Yes.
Awesome. All right.
Yes.
Looking good.
Give me off. me, then a business with like up to 25 employees gets 10% discount. Or it gets like 15% discount.
All right, I think we're finally back up here.
All right.
We're gonna just hit it to go live here, and then we'll
Okay.
have you guys.
But yeah, so businesses get that discount. So a lot of times, like avoiding.
All right, so we're here with Brian Gagnon. He's the owner of Summer USA, the new owner, right?
Correct.
And we had we've done a lot with Joe over there over the years, and there was just so much that he did for the strip, and it's so awesome that we got someone who bought it, who's president of the Lake Area Chamber, who's a central bank lender. I mean, you have so many good roots here in town, don't you?
Yeah, and it was really cool that whenever we did this as well, my brother and I, we both got to work for Joe at Summer USA, high school, college. Whenever the opportunity kind of came about, we thought this is going to be great. We both got to work for him, born and raised here in the community, being able to keep everything local, keeping it the same.
And you know what you're in for because you work for him, so you kind of know the business, right?
Yeah, and whenever you think about coming down here, Summer USA is kind of a staple, in the
Right.
community and everything. And we really thought it would, really important to us to keep it going.
Well, this is you guys outdid yourself today. I don't know what, kind of like the perfect storm came together, right?
Yeah.
You had a couple things you were competing with down at the lake, and some of the stuff's on the water, but it got a little cooler today, and I think everybody decided, you know what? We're not going to go on the boat. We're going to come down to the strip, walk around.
Yeah. We got fortunate. We got a little bit of mist yesterday, but today's a little cooler, but there's no rain. And hopefully here the sun's going to come out here in a few hours.
Yeah, and I mean, what's amazing to me is that, I heard from some people who are trying to get here right now, and it's let's see, it's about 1:30. The traffic is back to Menards, so I mean, there's a lot of people waiting to get in. I hope they can move them in. And I would tell anybody out there who's listening, go ahead and park and start walking.
Yeah,
that might be the best way, right?
Yeah, it's really been phenomenal, the amount of folks that come out to this event, the amount of registered vehicles. I know at the end of last week we were up to over 200 on the back of the list.
200 that are waiting to get in.
Yeah, we're waiting to get in. Yeah.
So are we going to take this thing and expand it all the way down the dam and up the hill, or?
Yeah, I don't know if it'd be much room, but I've been on the chamber board for the last 10 years. And so this is our third year in a row that we've sold out prior to that. And each year it's gotten faster. So 3 years ago, took about 2 months. Last year, it was about 2.5 weeks. And this year we sold out in 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. And you got Morgan over there. She's great. She does a heck of a job.
Yeah.
I know we work with her on a lot of stuff with the app. And, it's exciting. I'm so happy that somebody local bought somebody. I mean, there's a lot of places that are down here that are iconic on the strip, but Summer USA is one of them. And I mean, my son used to DJ up there when they had the dance parties going on. And we have a real love for that whole organization. It's cool that you guys have it now. Any changes planned, or are you just going to kind of pick it up and roll with it?
Yeah, I think we want to keep everything the same. Joe and Janelle did an amazing job building the brand, the store. We've got a few new brands that we're bringing in. But for the most part, going to be the same beachwear. We've got some melon hats that we brought in, kind of dry wick hats. We've got some Gooder sunglasses that we brought in. So we're, just looking to keep what we've got, but then look at different avenues of bringing some new product into the community.
And it's cool that you and your brother and you're doing it a family thing. And that's always awesome. I think that life's too short. You need to do stuff with your family, and if you can find a way to do a business with them, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Just like you said, stay in touch even more. He actually lives in North Carolina.
Okay,
but you're able to do a lot of stuff over internet, working with different vendors, so they've been able to assist a lot. They're actually going to be coming in town. We're going to be doing kind of our grand reopening May 31st.
Oh, great.
Saturday. So we're going to have a ribbon cutting. We're going to do some hot dogs, free hot dogs, refreshments from about 1 to 3.
Oh, awesome.
So yeah, they're going to come into town for that with their family, and really looking forward to it.
And then maybe we can revive. Last year we did a thing with Joe in the app where we actually had 1,000 pounds of ice. We sat out in front and we live streamed it melting, and people guessed to when they thought it would melt to nothing. So we might revive that with you guys as well.
I'll tell you what. One thing I found out is when that sun comes out there on the patio, it gets warm.
Well, it takes exactly 48 hours for 1,000 pounds of ice to melt.
Kidding. What was the temperature around?
About 100. It was really hot. It was 95 to 100.
Yeah.
It got kind of crazy, but no, it was fun. We did that, and so we'll talk to you guys about doing that too.
Yeah,
but,
that'd be great.
We love to do these events, just like we're here today, and we're live streaming through the app, and we got all this stuff going on, and we're able to talk to you, and you guys just did an unbelievable job of putting this on. It's so, you look around and it's just a nice atmosphere. There's kids, there's families. That's what the lake needs, right?
Yeah. And that's where during our fall dinner, I kind of mentioned, I think it's a big testament to our lake area as a whole, and all the businesses and entertainment that people are able to come down here and enjoy, and especially down here somewhere like back on the Strip. It's more than a car show. It's a whole event. I mean, you can spend all day here and do various things. You can get up here on these.
Yeah, you go up on the ropes.
On the ropes. I don't know if I'm going to do that, but kids can do that. You can go, families, restaurants, bars, shopping, everything that you need, you can easily walk to down there.
Well, and I talked to George Tucker. We're here at Malted Monkey. That's where we're broadcasting out of. And for these guys who own businesses here on the Strip, this is huge.
Yeah.
I mean, this is it's a Saturday, so they probably would get normal traffic on a Saturday. Nothing like this. I mean, I'm looking around, 10,000 people maybe. I don't know. It's huge.
It is, and it seems to be growing in the interest. And what I'm seeing is, there's just so many people want to come back to it that when those tickets and everything go on sale, they're ready to do it because they know how much they're able to enjoy down here with all the area businesses.
Yeah, we got John is going to come on the air with us. He owns Trattoria over on the west side and Tavern in a couple restaurants, and he has a Corvette. And he called me, I think 2 weeks ago, and said, "Hey, I'd love to get my Corvette in that show." And so I did not know. I called Morgan. I said, "Hey, I got a guy." She goes, "Well, he's 201."
Yeah.
On the wait list.
Yeah, it is. It's unbelievable. And, we have looked out with the weather as well. Sometimes when that rain comes in or it's forecasted, they don't want, you don't want to get the car damaged or wet or anything. So this has been great.
This is awesome. What a great show. Congratulations to you guys and everything you did. And I'm so happy that you took over Summer USA and that you're going to be doing that down here on the Strip. But it's just such a cool store. I would encourage anybody who's in the app to go there, check out the T-shirts, check out you guys have, I mean, it's not just T-shirts anymore.
Oh, yeah.
You got swimsuits and sweatshirts and
we got a lot
sunglasses
of
and food, some food even, right?
We're selling hot dogs today right outside the store.
There you go.
But we got slushies, soda, Dippin' Dots.
Well, get to the Strip, get to Summer
shop.
USA. You got all summer. You can go there 2 or 3 times, right?
Yes. Yeah. Unlimited. There's no limits on visiting. Yeah.
Hey, thanks for joining us today.
Yeah,
I really
thank
appreciate it, man. And thanks for stopping by. And we
Yeah,
look forward
I
to,
appreciate it.
we'll catch up over the summer with you on some other stuff you're doing as well.
No, that sounds great.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we're excited. We're back. We are here with Kira Moneg from Lakeside Care Clinic. Kira is become a good friend. I mean, she's a client, but she's become a good friend. And, you are doing something so unique down here at Lake of the Ozarks. I love it. We've talked about it. You have your own podcast that we do called Beyond the Charts. So you all need to check that out in the LOZ app. It's in the LOZ app. And so we do an episode every month. And we are at a car show, in case you can't tell.
Yes, it's busy down here.
There's a huge car just came by, and it's just revving its engine like they love to do here. But, I really love your story. I love talking about, what you do here and where you're going with your business. Tell everybody, in case they haven't heard about it, what is Lakeside Care Clinic?
So Lakeside Care Clinic is a medical clinic, but it is different than others because I do not take insurance. So it's cash based. And some people will stop and say, oh, I don't want to go there because they take insurance or they don't take insurance. But I try to reiterate to people that, oh my gosh, it's so much better when you don't take insurance because I can provide quality care and I don't have insurance dictating the care that I can give you.
And there's so many people, let's face it, there's so many people who don't have insurance, or if they do have insurance, it's not great. I mean, what I love about what you do is you actually sign up and you have a membership. So you pay a small monthly fee and then you're a member, and now you get to come, and if you have a problem, you call you get to come in. Sometimes they don't have to come in, right? Like, they can call you and say, here's what's going. Yeah, the call or text. I mean, that for me, look, when I get within 400 feet of a doctor's office, my blood pressure goes through the roof. If I can be at my house, I'm always better. But, the fact that the convenience of that, and I don't know, I mean, it's the lake. If you've ever been into an urgent care, the only urgent care, there's one, right? Or the emergency room here, you're in for a whole day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's typically, well, it's hard too because this area has grown so significantly in the last few years. But we have an urgent care within like a 60-mile radius. We have, I think, 3 urgent cares we're saying 60 to 75-mile radius. Right. Okay. Like, in the inner cities, you have one on every corner.
Yeah, and you're located on KK in the middle of town. Like, you couldn't be any more convenient.
Very convenient. It's very easy. You can call and schedule appointments, or you can just walk in, either or. We get you right in, get you out. It's usually 30, 45 minutes, you're out.
And it's not just for, maybe I'm not feeling well, or I've got, I cut myself or whatever, but you guys provide a lot of different services too.
We do. So we have primary care, which is membership based. And so with that, you pay a monthly fee, and then I'm basically available.
I'm going to tell them how much it is too, because I can't believe it. It's not expensive. Like, I don't know how you're doing it, but if you're under 50, it's what?
If you're 46 and over, it's $95 a month.
Okay.
And if it's 19 years old and older, or to 45 years old, is $75 a month, and 0 to 18 is $45 a month.
I mean, $75 a month. You're going to spend that when you can't even walk into an urgent care or to an emergency room for that, or have a doctor's appointment. I mean, it's so affordable, and I love it. We talked about this before. Like, there's a lot of businesses at the lake that have a lot of employees, and they don't necessarily provide them with health care. But they could provide them with your service. Yes. And they could actually have their employees covered and actually have a way for them to get help when they need it.
Yes.
And you were telling me too, and this is crazy, but like, you get really good prices on drugs and stuff too. Like, if you have prescriptions, you get really good pricing.
So if you're a member, then most of those prices are like $2 or $3 for a prescription medication. So 30 days, 90 days, either way. Labs are also super cheap. But so. And then
what if I go out on the strip here and I drink too much and I get really dehydrated and I need one of those IVs?
Yes, we do vitamin infusions. So the other services is, even if you have a primary care, we have a walk-in clinic. So if you're cute, need something immediately, I'm available. But we also have like just wellness services. So vitamin infusions. So you've been drinking too much, come see me.
Yeah.
And then I'll make you feel so much better. And then also aesthetics, Botox, dermal fillers, and then also do hormone balancing. So
wow, that is, I mean,
all of that goes into generalized health, and that's what I think most people are forgetting, that we're not.
We are at a car show, by the way, people. We are at a car show. This is all part of the scene. You want the natural sound.
I love it. And I'm naturally loud, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me. So we do the hormone balancing because honestly, guys, like, let's be real. I don't want to just treat you when you're sick. I want to keep you from getting sick.
Yeah, and that's important. Like, I mean, a little bit of pre-care helps. It goes a long way. tell people, okay, so what's the easiest way for them? Did they come in and just sign up? I mean, is it that easy? They can.
It is. They can call our phone number. It's 573-693-1011. Or they can just walk in, either or. When you call, you can get scheduled for an appointment. And that way it gives us ample time to just visit with you and get to know you, to sign up for membership. Or if you just need immediate service, you lost the number, can't find it, just walk in. That's fine too.
And pretty soon there might be, I heard the rumor there might be an app out there that you're going to have.
Oh, more to come.
But I'll tell you, the thing about it is too, that I want people to understand is that you're providing a service here that is anybody can, even if you have insurance.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
you know, it's not just for people that don't have insurance. It's for people who want the convenience. And like you were telling me, you have the ability to spend more time with somebody.
I
Like
do.
you don't have, it's not like when I go to the doctor normally and they're like, I have 3 minutes to see you and then I have to move on to the next room. You're spending quality time with these people and you're actually getting to know them and getting to know what's going on in their life so that you can better help them in a lot of different areas.
Yes. Ken, my biggest passion is really just being able to spend the time and give them quality care and what they deserve, what every single person deserves. So a lot of times when even you have insurance, I do have a lot of patients with insurance that come to me because I'm available when they need me to be available, when they need help. I'm also here to sit and really get to know them, their medical list. Let's weed out any medications that they don't really need that could be causing more side effects. Let's talk about their different disease processes and see how can we make healthy lifestyle changes to support their overall health, not just throw pills at them.
Yeah.
Not that pills aren't beneficial, because they are. I mean,
But you
there's
need a little of
time and
both.
place.
Yeah.
You need a little of both. It's everything in moderation. So.
Yeah. That's awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. Like, I just love talking to you. You and I, we get going, and even on your podcast, we'll go for an hour, and we only have a half. So,
I know.
but it's so much fun, and I'm so excited to see what you're going to do here. And I would just encourage anybody to go find you, stop by, sign up for the service, and utilize what you have going on here because it is so unique. And I think it's a footprint for what's coming. I mean, I think you're so far ahead of the curve. It gets me excited.
No, I'm very excited. So I hope to be doing some pop-up events.
Yeah, some signups.
Yeah, pop-up signups and different locations just to help kind of the outer edges of the community too. So
Yeah.
so more to come on that.
Okay. Well, thank you for joining us today. I know you got to go because you're actually helping out with the
I am.
event, aren't you?
Yes, I'm volunteering, so I got to go
I-
get to my post.
I think they had more people than they thought. I mean, I'm looking at it. I think there's 10,000 people here.
There's a lot of people.
I heard that the traffic is all the way backed up to Menards.
Yeah, it's bad. I think it's really bad. Yeah, it's crazy. So,
Well,
good
that's
time.
awesome. It's, you know what? It's good. Everybody maybe want to bring your coat because it's.
Yeah. Yes.
But thank you for joining me today.
Thank you, Ken.
All right. Have a good one.
Bye.
and then I'll cut this out and give you one of these to put out just with our segment here. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are here with John Buchanan, and guess what? He doesn't own one restaurant. He doesn't own two restaurants. He owns 3 restaurants in town.
Trifecta on the west side.
Which one do you want to talk about first?
Oh, geez. Let's talk about Trattoria.
Trattoria. That's the newest one.
That's the baby.
Yes, let's talk about that. So that went in over on the west side, and it was where the Copper Pot used to be, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, beautiful building. Like, is that a historic
Very
building?
eclectic. Not historic, but definitely been there a little while.
And you guys did some things to it. Like, I mean, when you go in there, like the decor is just amazing.
Yes. We've done some chandelier work, some lighting work, put our own little touch on it.
And it's kind of a loungy. Like, I know there's some big couches, and it's kind of a loungy feel. Like, you can go there. Like, I kind of picture sitting there for a while when I'm there.
Exactly. That's what we want. This is definitely more of a fine dining-esque, type of ambiance. I want you to come, sit down, enjoy a bottle of wine, not feel rushed. Where you go to Trails Inn, I mean, it's slamming and jamming.
Right.
It's loud, but it's a good time. But this is definitely more, let's come relax.
And you have a good wine selection there, right? You bring a lot of wine in.
Yeah, so all my Italian wines are imported. So there's nothing really stocked here in the States when it comes to my Italian wine.
So you're the only guy, you're the only place to get them.
These specific wines, yes, sir.
So tell me, what's your favorite dish at Trattoria?
All right, well, let's talk about that. So new menu is now 3 days old.
Okay.
So my
This is timely then. I like it.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly. My summer menu is 3 days old today. So a lot of new items on there, but my favorite item on the dish is a bucatini alla vodka.
Oh, I love a vodka sauce. So
Yes.
it's a. Tell me about this dish.
All right, so it starts with alla vodka sauce, which is our house-made marinara, and then a little bit of deglaze with some vodka, a little bit of cream, some nice roasted tomato that's in there, and then we toss it in the bucatini, shallot, garlic, salsiccia, forest mushrooms, and then top with the big old ball of fresh burrata.
Oh,
So you cut that burrata and it
yeah, just kind of
runs,
yes.
mix it all up. Yeah.
That sounds delicious. And are you still doing like are you doing chops and steaks and stuff there, or are you just primarily doing
so
pasta?
All I have now as far as the beef goes is the filet, which is our 8-ounce center cut. And then I'm also doing a 8-ounce flank steak.
Oh, really?
And that is topped with a house-made arugula chimichurri, which is amazing.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, that sounds really good. I mean, kind of along the lines of not necessarily fully Italian, right? But it's
Well, the biscetta is...
biscettas, yeah.
All right, there we go.
And no problem. That's what
I'm not even
that's what we
Italian.
have
I
left.
talk with my hands, right? I'll keep it in my hoodie.
Now, you're down here. We're going to get to the other 2 restaurants in a second, but you are a car aficionado. I mean, you own a Corvette, right?
Yes.
Is that the only one you own, or do you own
Off right now, but I also have a couple motorcycles as well. So
Okay,
I
this
like my toys.
yes. And there's everything down here, and as you guys can hear in the background, we're having a lot of natural sound here today from all the people revving their engines, and what a fun atmosphere. The sun is finally coming out. It's finally getting a little bit warmer. Let me talk about barbecue, because that's something that you are interested in too, right?
Yes. Love my smoked food and love the beer that goes along with it.
So you got the smokehouse in Camdenton,
That's correct.
and it's right, just kind of right off the square, really. I mean, it's just
Just literally a half mile away from the square.
yeah, half mile, and then almost another half mile to the amphitheater, right? So
That
I
is
mean,
correct.
if you're coming to the amphitheater for an event, there's no reason not to come by and get some barbecue first, right?
No reason whatsoever. You should.
Even if you go to the amphitheater, though, can you still get some of your? Are you still doing some food for the amphitheater?
Undecided at this point.
Okay, so we're
yes.
working. I know that in the
Still
past,
working it out.
but you have, great barbecue. What's your favorite item on the barbecue place?
There's a barbecue item on the menu that is called the Hillbilly Bowl.
Okay,
And it is
What's in this?
It's a big mess, brother. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's in a bowl, hand cut French fries.
hand cut fries.
I get mine with the brisket burnt ends, topped with caramelized onions, house-made queso, and then finished with 2 of our sauces.
And then will you wheel me out to my car when I'm done?
I have a hand truck, and I'll just dump you right at the vehicle. Yeah, I don't even charge for it.
That's awesome. You know what? I mean, you look, barbecue is one of those things that I could eat 4 different days a week. I mean, I just love it. I could get something. My big thing is smoked turkey. You got smoked turkey there?
My smoked turkey is amazing.
Now, the smoked turkey for me is like, it's just the most awesome way to have turkey, if you ask me, is to have smoked turkey. And then I like to consider myself, I'm one of these pellet smoker guys. You know, I'm one of these.
Don't be ashamed.
No, I know,
I've
but
had
you
one of
know,
those as well.
but I'm a set it and forget it guy. You know,
Right.
but I'll tell you what, when I do a brisket, it's an adventure. I mean, every one is its own adventure. I don't know how you do it, because I could make 5 briskets in a row, and every one of them is going to be a little different.
Well, imagine doing 450 pounds at a time.
Oh.
So literally, the brisket goes on at 4 o'clock, and my pitmaster, who I'm giving a shout out to, Chef Ian.
Hello,
my
Chef
pitmaster
Ian.
There. We'll be there at 6 o'clock in the morning. You pull that brisket and pork butt off.
Oh, wow.
Then goes on the turkey, then goes on the ribs.
Outstanding. Now, we've been through 2 of your restaurants, but we're getting to one of my favorites.
Right.
And, you know, if you haven't been to the Trails End, if you have not seen the amazing menu at this place, I mean, I'm telling you right now, I have 5 favorites on the menu, and I can't ever pick one. But
Right.
I'll tell you right now, the one that I can keep thinking about is the sticky ribs.
Sticky ribs. You know,
Tell the story of sticky ribs, because I think it's a cool story.
All right. So I'll try to be quick with it. So it was a busy Friday night, and my wife Sherry comes into the kitchen, and she goes, "Chef, Jenna Fisher is here
From The Office,
from
Jenna
the
Fisher.
office," and I got tickets lined up everywhere. I'm like, "Get out of here! Like, I don't have time for your BS." You know. She comes back literally about 10 minutes later. She goes, "Pam from The Office is in the restaurant."
And she's from Missouri, so I mean, it makes
She's a
sense.
St. Louis girl. And so I look at my sous chef, like, "I'll be right back." So went out there, met the family, wonderful people, you know. So when she's in town, she stops by. But the story with the sticky ribs, I ran those ribs as a feature appetizer that evening. First time I ever ran them.
You were going to do them anyway. They were on.
Yeah, they were just on the feature. And Jenna ordered the ribs, and she goes, "Chef, I've been all over the world. These are by far the best ribs I've ever had."
I'm telling you guys right now, they are the best ribs I've ever had.
And I was joking with him, like, "I'll put them on the menu. I'll call them Jenna's ribs." She's like, "I don't think you can do that, but you know, just keep them on the menu."
They're like, I think they're a cross between ribs and candy. I mean, they're so good. Like, there's just like a sweetness to them, and then there's almost like an Asian flavor
A little bit
to
of
them.
spice to it, yeah.
But I mean, I'm telling you right now. So I brought my wife in. We ordered those, and my wife is famous for having one thing out of an appetizer. So if there's 6, she'll have one, and she'll be done.
Right.
So there was 4 of us. Everybody had one. I had another one. There was one left, and my wife looked at that, and she told our guests and me, "That's my rib."
Oh yeah. It's like, don't even look at it.
She was like, "This is awesome."
There's a
And
reason
then
I give you 5 because I like to start a war.
that's right.
You know.
Now, if you guys like a pork chop, please tell me the pork chop's still there.
Different portion.
Okay, but
So
There-
it's still amazing. So my new one is actually Chef Corey Kinder's idea. So he's my chef at
Okay.
Trailsden now. He's doing a pork loin tomahawk.
oh,
So it's
you're
a
talking
beautiful
bone in.
pork loin, bone in,
Oh,
big
man.
old 8-inch chine bone hanging off
Oh.
of it. Yeah. So yeah.
And
So
you-
the pork is still on there.
yeah, but I mean, your pork when I cut into it, it's like cutting into a fillet. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just amazing.
Super tender.
Tell us, what is, as far as this summer and what's going on with the restaurants and stuff. What do you want people to get from all the stuff you're trying to do here at the lake? I mean, your goal was always to have more than one restaurant. And
Yes. Actually, the original goal was 4 restaurants in 4 years.
okay,
That's what Sherry and I talked about. Now we're 3.5 years in with 3. We might slow down.
well,
At least
it's
Sherry's
a lot.
Sherry's wanting me to slow down. Let's put it that way.
It is a lot, but I mean, what's awesome is that you've got basically the whole west side covered from Sunrise Beach all the way up to Camdenton. But now the cool thing is no more toll, so it's literally takes 15 minutes to get over there,
Exactly.
and it's as close as going down HH all the way to the end if you're in the
I mean,
middle of town.
literally, I live in Kaiser, so I'm 30 minutes from all 3 restaurants.
Yeah.
In either direction.
And if depending on what you're in the mood for, it's so cool to have those 3 different choices out there. You and I have become friends.
Yes.
I love your passion. I love what you do with food. You don't walk at it. You run and you embrace it and you just enjoy sharing it.
Excited and blessed every day to be able to do what I love.
Yeah,
It's God-given talent, my passion. Love it.
and it's cool. And you guys have success, and that's what is neat is that you have success with what you do. You guys are out there. You're doing something in the community, and people are enjoying it. And each time you open up a new restaurant, people understand that I know what I'm expecting. I'm expecting really good food, and I'm going to get it with Chef.
And it's, a couple crazy facts. I had some guests in the restaurant 2 weeks ago, and they've been to my restaurants in St. Louis, had no idea that I was the chef and the owner of the restaurant.
Right.
And I hear them speak. This seems very familiar to me. And I pop around the corner. I'm like, well, I'm Chef John. He goes, oh, my Lord, Chef John, blah, blah. She goes, I knew this was you without knowing that it was you.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
Yeah. And I mean, that's what's cool about it is people are coming in from all over the place. They get to try your stuff. I would encourage everyone to get to his restaurants. Try every one of them. We want everybody in the app. We have 30,000 users in the app. We want them all to try it. What? Twice? 3 times?
At least.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much for coming
My
down
pleasure.
today and talking to us. And I know you're a good car aficionado, so you're probably going to walk around and look at some cars, but you probably have to get back to the restaurant
Then
too.
back to prep work, my friend.
Thank you so much.
All right. Pleasure.
All right. All right, welcome back. If you can hear all the engines roaring in the background, every once in a while we get somebody who I think just wants everybody to understand that they have a car with a big loud engine.
Yeah, and that they're here too.
We are here joined with Harrison Fry, the city administrator. Welcome to the LOZ Podcast Network. What an event. I mean, this is amazing. I'm on the shootout board, so I'm always here for the shootout street parties, and we think that's maybe the biggest street party. But I got to tell you, and I'm going to tell them at the board meeting on Tuesday, we got to have 10,000 people here.
This event, and of course, it's been going on for 37 years. So you build a bit of a following, a bit of reputation as it goes on. But every one of these signature events we got down here on this trip, whether it's Magic Dragon, the 2 shootout events, Bike Fest, Hot Summer Nights, they've just got such a great engagement from the folks around the lake. And as we've had folks coming in, I've been selling T-shirts, doing announcements all day. Where are you from? That kind of thing. I mean, it's not just the normal, the lake, Jeff City, St. Louis, Kansas City. There are folks from all over the Midwest, all over the country that come in for this every year. And we get the comment regularly that this is the car show that they look forward to the most in the Midwest.
That's cool. And I always remember the strip's always been about cars. I mean, and motorcycles, when we do the bikes, but it's always been about hot rod cars. You always have the Hot Summer Nights. So you'll see a few people that live here close come down. But wow, this event is just amazing. And what's cool about it is, I don't know if John Buchanan was on before us. He owns a couple restaurants in town, Trattoria and Tavern Trails, and he's got a Corvette. And he said, "Hey, I'm going to be down there to do the interview. I'll bring my Corvette down and show it." I said, "Okay, well, I'll call Morgan and see if we can get you in." Morgan said, "Sure." He's 201 on the waiting list. So unless you're going to go down the dam and up the hill, I don't know that we'll ever get his car.
and that's the crazy thing too. I moved to the lake in 2020. And my first car show that year, they held it in September. They delayed it due to COVID back in the spring, uncertainty. And so I was here for that year, and we were still selling registrations at check-in on Saturday morning. And then the next couple of years, as that's moved on, that ticket pile got smaller and smaller. And then now they're selling out. They open it up on January 1st for registrations, and they're selling out by January 8th. And they've got a wait list of another 200 cars. I mean, it's 25%. It's unreal. And everything you're wondering, with the cars you got here now, as you look to your left, you look to your right, what more could we possibly, add to this?
I think you've done it.
Make, model, year, modified stock, everything in between. It's just awesome.
Well, George Tucker is here. We're at Malted Monkey. That's where we're broadcasting out of today. And I was talking to him a little bit, and he's just like, these are just unbelievable days for us. Like they appreciate, the business owners down here appreciate so much when these things are being put on, because it's a boost for everyone, right? I mean, as city administrator, that everybody's trying to, we have a certain amount of time. It's getting longer. We used to have just 3 months. Now we may have 5, but you still have to really do it in the summer, in these months and these weekends. And so when you guys put on events like this, it's good for everybody.
Yeah. And I think, the largest kudos goes off to Lake Erie Chamber and the way that they organize this event every year and the way that they engage members. Summer USA being the presenting sponsor, it's not a surprise to me, not to you either, that it's a business down here on the strip that wants to step up and take that package, because they're going to see that benefit. Folks really start coming to town Tuesday, Wednesday, really on Thursday. But this weekend, it's just got to be a banner time for them. Right,
and we just saw Joe, the old owner of Summer USA, and we had Brian on that was the new owner. So it's a cool. I love that. The lake is big, but it's small. I mean, there's and there's people that are local. And what I love about it is with our LOZ app, everybody we have in the app is local. They're all locally owned businesses, and I think that really makes a difference when you come down here. There's not big corporations that own this stuff. This is somebody who's putting their heart and soul into a business, and that if you spend your money with them, that you're spending money that's going to be put right back into this community.
And Lake Ozark, is a town year-round population, not seasonally, of 2,077 people. And today, I certainly believe we've got 10,000 people on the strip.
Yeah,
Easy.
So they all brought a friend or
right.
5.
And so, there are other communities that would kill to have this type of event. And we're very blessed. We get to have so many of them through the year. This is the only Magic Dragon, but like you said earlier, between the boat events, the bike events, the other car events, there really is something for everybody down here. These are family-friendly events. The businesses down here put their best foot forward to welcome folks to town. And again, we've got 5 times the city population in just a mile right here, spending money, supporting businesses, planning their next trip down here to enjoy maybe a more traditional lake experience, leave the hot rod home, bring the boat down.
Right.
And it's just a great way to kick off the season.
Well, and what I love about it is I look out and I see kids, I see grandparents, I see, this event, if you're talking about a family-friendly event, this is it.
Yep.
I mean, it's such a cool way to spend the day with your family. Get to, go grab something to eat on the strip, come down and look at some cool cars. spend some time with your family. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah, and again, if you've never been to the Bagnell Dam Strip, there's that family-friendly atmosphere. 365. We've got arcades. We've got the Malta Monkey behind it, stuff for the kids. There's obviously the adult side of it. You can have an adult beverage and have a good time too.
We're getting ready to talk to the police chief here in a minute, so we're
Yeah.
probably gonna get a different
You're gonna learn
perspective.
about that. But this weekend again, the vendors have all brought out games and stuff for the kids. They're selling tools for mom and dad to go home with. There's all kinds of giveaways, and each of the businesses down here. I mean, as I look down, as far as you can see here, not quite to the dam, but I'm seeing full decks. I'm seeing overflowing dumpsters, which is a great sign for business.
That's
for this
right.
weekend. And people just coming in and out.
Isn't that a cool
Retailers,
shot? I mean, just look
yeah.
at that. We had that on another camera. We've been showing it all day.
Yep.
And then I took some drone video footage earlier too. And there's just people everywhere. And you know what? I mean, it's a little cooler than we probably thought, but for walking around, and it's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wearing my city sweatshirt. I'm glad I packed this today. But this is still perfect weather, and I think the lake continues to come out and support this event year after year like they do with the others. They might be willing to be a little chilly to be out here because they know it's going to be worth it.
Well, Harrison, it's been great having you on, and I really appreciate it. And I hope you'll come on some of our podcasts over the summer too and talk a little bit about what you got going
Yeah.
as a city administrator. I know that this doesn't just happen. These things don't just happen. The lake isn't just as great as it is because it just happened to be that way. There's people like you who are behind the scenes who are trying every day to make it a better place and to give the community even more than they already have. And it's cool. And so we appreciate what you do too.
Well, my job is made so much easier. Down here we've got our business community that is so united in what the future can look like and how they work together. We've got the chamber, other organizations bringing events like this to town that help grow the community tenfold. And then, within City Hall, April election, we've got a new mayor, new board, the folks who just rolled off, the folks who just came on. We were able to kind of build this momentum. And, this year or last year for this event, we had an old dilapidated roadway. This year we got a brand new Bagnell.
Oh, it's awesome.
It's going to be here for years to come. And
The
we hope
bikers
that-
appreciate it too.
I bet you do, yeah. And so we just want to continue to make this a place, not only for the summer fun, but we want Lake Ozark to be a destination for life. And that's made easier every day.
Well, thanks for coming on the LOZ Podcast Network, and we'll look forward to having you on another time.
We'll do.
Thank
sir.
you.
make sure you get my good side.
All right. We are back. We're back with the Chief James Boren. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing well today. Thank you.
Welcome to the LOZ Podcast Network. We are perched out here on the corner of the Malted Monkey. We got kids hanging above us here, behind us. Hopefully none of them fall on us in the
Dropping
tent.
Shoes. The shoe just fell over there. Left a couple minutes ago.
I'm looking out on the strip, and there's got to be 10,000 people out here
Yeah,
today.
there's a ton of people. This is a great view, by the way. I don't know whose idea it was to set up here. This is great.
Yeah, this is a pretty good vantage point.
Yeah, we might have to take this idea and make it our own.
Well, just share it with us, will you? When we have a big event, we'll just share it with you guys.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll just do a double deal here.
So tell me about you were telling me off the air that you've been chief now for a year.
Yep, just about a year. And I've been with the department since 2005 in various different positions, all the way from dispatcher to now the chief. And I've seen a lot of car shows come and go.
You've seen a lot come and go since
That's
2005.
right. Yep.
This is an interesting area, the strip,
That's right.
because there's so much history and there's so much, my mom and dad and even my grandparents can remember coming down here.
Yeah, it's ever changing too.
And it's what's amazing is if you walk up and down, you'll still see buildings that are 70, 80 years old that they've been redone into something else. And then you'll see a brand new, like this complex here that looks, completely brand new.
Yeah.
How do you guys, there's so much going on, and especially for something that's this big with all these people, what's your plan here? Is your plan just to kind of contain and hopefully just meld in and make sure everybody's having a good time?
Yeah, that's right. We just kind of want to blend in and make sure that everybody can do this in a safe way. This isn't the type of crowd that we typically have to worry about a lot of danger with, but we also know when you get this many people in one small area that there's a lot of possibilities, and so we just kind of spread our officers out and make sure we have the ends covered and a few things in between, so that if there is something goes down, we can get somebody there in a relatively short amount of time and handle business. And we also have to work closely with the fire guys too. The fire department is great, and they got
to get through, right? If something happens, they got to. Yeah.
So a lot of times, if it's a medical or something like that, our job is just to kind of help them, make a way for it. But for the most part, it's a great crowd that shows up to this event, and there's not a lot of trouble.
There's so many kids out. I mean, this is just so cool because I see grandparents and I see parents and I see kids and I see little kids in strollers. It's awesome. This is kind of, to me, what I think of when I think of the old strip. Like, it was a family oriented. During the daytime, you get stuff like this. It's really cool to bring this kind of thing back.
You get all age groups. They're all interested in something down here, and they get a little piece of history too of things they haven't seen maybe ever. Some of these younger kids coming down here seeing these old classic cars.
Yeah.
They don't know they're 40 or 50 years old.
I don't know how old you are, but when I was in high school, we took shop and we had to turn a wrench. Like, that was something we had to take apart and put together a lawnmower engine. That was kind of our thing. And I bet there's a lot of kids out today that they've never even touched a wrench.
Yeah, what is that? What are you doing? Exactly. No, it's just neat though to see how this event attracts so many people from different stages of life and different backgrounds all into one place, and they can all find something that they're interested in down here.
We were talking too about the side by side you guys have down here, and that actually makes it easier, doesn't it, than having to run a car throughout. I mean,
sure does.
You can get around in the backside, you can go up and down the strip, and,
Yep.
and
There's a few little, I wouldn't call them secret, but there's a few little lesser known cut throughs.
right.
If you have something like a UTV to get through, then you don't have to wait in this line, or even if it's just all the people. When you look out in some areas, it's just shoulder to shoulder people. And so it's tough to get through in a car. It's also tough to get through, in a side-by-side in some situations. Over the years, we've had a few people ask if we could get horses.
Okay.
And I'm like, I don't know if that might not be the way for Lake Ozark.
Yeah, and as you guys can hear, this is a car show. So
Right.
we are hearing people rev their engines because I think that's how they talk back and forth here.
It's a unique language, that's for sure. But like you were saying, all these cars kind of cruising back and forth. It reminds me of back in the day. When I was young coming down here as a teenager, that was still back when everybody would cruise every weekend. And I was just telling somebody before I came on with you that When I was young and we'd come to the Strip, it was every weekend there'd be bumper to bumper traffic cruising until midnight. And if it was a holiday weekend, it was until 2 or 3 in the morning. And
Yeah.
that was normal for us.
And the turnaround was down here at
Yep.
the end of the Strip, and then the McDonald's, right?
One end or the other. Yep. And then you'd see some knucklehead doing a burnout, and we'd all love it. And then right behind him, when the smoke clears, you'd see a cop flip his lights on. And it was everybody was cheering on both sides. Either liked the burnout or you really thought it was funny. The cop was getting ready to roast him. And now here we are. And to that point, we love the burnouts just as much as anybody. But the problem is, you got people down here that know how to do a burnout and do it safely,
And people
and
that
you got
don't.
all the other ones that see it and want to do the same thing and
Yeah.
don't have a clue how to do it. And there's too many people.
Yeah, that's
And
it.
so
I mean,
takes
it's
a turn.
it is. It's great. Well, I heard some people that were coming in. I had some guests coming in, and they're calling me, and they're saying, "I'm all the way down at Menards. I'm in traffic from
Can't get
Menards
there,
to here,"
yeah.
and I'm like, "This is unbelievable." Like, I
Yeah.
mean, I'm on the shootout board. We do the street party out here. We understand a big party on the Strip.
Yeah.
This thing's
It's big.
is big.
And we're capped at the number of entries that we can have. What we're never going to be able to cap is the number of spectators that come here.
Yeah.
And so as it grows, you just get more and more people, and when the weather cooperates, it really kind of goes off the hook. And so to that point, like right now, for instance, we have 2 or 3 officers over at the HH intersection, and I told them, I said, the goal is, I said, we know we have a lot of people trying to get to the Strip, but we also have a lot of people trying to get to HH and coming off of HH, and I said, we need to try to let that flow, because the other people that are coming to the Strip, they know they're going to wait.
Yeah.
It's all the other people that we got to try to help get home and get to the
Yeah.
other places.
Get them out of here.
We're landlocked. There's not a lot of places we can put more traffic, but we do the best we can to try to help them.
And I think people are patient. They know they're coming down. They know it's there's a lot going on, so they're kind of coming down for the day. You guys do such a great job. I mean, it's the cool thing that I think when as just someone who lives here is when I'm on the Strip and I see you guys, you're talking to people.
Yeah.
You're out there and I see you laughing with people, and
Yeah.
it's not like you're there trying to bully anybody around. You're
That's
just
right.
trying to help.
That's
And,
right.
and when there's a problem, you got to be there, and you know that,
Gotta
and you know how to
handle
handle it. But for the most part, you guys are really just supporting what everybody's doing down here, and that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and you really kind of have to learn, I wouldn't say a new way of policing, but you do have to adapt the way you police when you're at an area like this. Because there's a couple of ways we could do it. We could go down there and just mean mug everybody.
Yeah.
And everybody that's being drunk and annoying, we could just stare at them all night long. And then by the end of the night, you guys are enemies and you're not getting any cooperation.
Right.
Or you could mingle with them, entertain them a little bit and take pictures with them and shake hands, treat them like people. And then by the end of the night, when they're drunk, now they think you're best friends.
And they're not, and
If
they
you
don't want to
treat
make you
them
mad,
right,
and
that's
they
right.
want to be your buddy. Yeah, exactly. That's a great
You treat them
concept.
right, and then of course there are some that either way it's a lose-lose, and they're gonna end up in handcuffs by the end of the night because maybe that's just their nature. But and we try to do what we can just to kind of again make sure everybody can enjoy what we have going on down here in a safe way. And sometimes they dictate that, and sometimes we get to kind of stop a problem before it starts.
Yeah. Well, you guys do an awesome job, and I think everybody in the community, I know in the app, we love to support everything going on here at the lake, and we certainly are fans of what you guys are doing, and the fact that you are keeping us safe, and you're doing your best to make sure we get home safe. And that's all you can ask for.
That's right. And this day and age, I think a lot of people are really taking that serious. They're coming out here, especially at nighttime. The crowd starts to turn a little bit, and they're down here to enjoy the bars. And our goal is that they do that safely, and then they get a ride home. And there's lots of ways they can do that now, unlike in the past where it was really tough. You came down here and enjoyed.
There wasn't
nightlife.
Uber and all that. I mean,
Yeah.
there wasn't Lake Ride Pros. You
That's
didn't
right.
have all these people that were helping
Yep.
move people in and out of this
Yep.
place. And you're right. Like, we do a lot of stuff with Lake Ride Pros in the app, and
Yep.
they've got 6 or 7 vehicles, and they're just running. I mean, from here to there, but they're getting people out of here in a safe way, and
That's
and
right.
that's what's cool. And that's all you can ask for. You're still going to have your people to try,
Yep.
and that's why you guys are here. So
Yeah, we're gonna have a few of those, and we've got a lot of great law enforcement agencies around the lake area. And they truly do have the public safety in mind, and that's going to come with handing out a few DWIs.
Yeah.
But it's also going to come with trying to stop it before it starts. Getting somebody a ride or calling them a cab, and or encouraging to pull up the app and get a ride share system figured out for them. And we want them to get home. We don't want to have to take them to jail. sometimes they talk themselves into it.
Yeah.
Ultimately, we want them to get home safely and not have to go to jail that night.
Well, you just did my ad for me because you can download the LOZ app for free, and we have a whole section in there for lake rides all around the lake. They can just hit the number, call somebody, get home safe. We're actually going to try to come up with something here this year where we actually can get your boat home for you
Wow.
if you're out. So
Yeah, it's a
lots
great
of
idea.
lots of ways to try to help
I'll
people.
keep that in mind. We have people coming up to us all the time, like at 1:30 in the morning. How do we get the ride home? All the ride shares or Uber or Lyft, whatever it may be. They're 10 to 15 minutes out, and the time keeps getting backed up.
Yeah.
So, well, you should have started about 11. But if they had a resource like that, we could point them in the right direction.
Yeah, we're
Love it.
trying to help that and do our part as well. But man, I really appreciated you coming on today and
absolutely.
talking
Thanks
to
for
us.
having me.
We'll hopefully get you on a couple more of these.
Absolutely, anytime.
And thanks for all you do, and what a great, safe way. I'm just looking at it. I'm so happy because everybody here is just having the best time.
That's right.
The sun's coming out, so
I'm
it's going to be
happy about
good.
that. Yeah, it's going to be a good day.
Thank you, Chief Bourne. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All
Have
right.
a good one.
We are back with Mr. Jeff Carr. And you all know Jeff, I would assume,
I'm
in this
super
market.
excited about this Magic Dragon street meet because my 72 Pinto, I think, is going to take first place today.
I hope nobody runs in the back of it.
The rust spot, just look around that rust spot, and the chocolate brown is just fabulous. So
All I remember from Pintos was you don't want someone to run in the back of it.
back of it. No. And you could put speakers in the back too, like your house speakers. I don't know if you remember those.
Oh,
days,
yeah.
If you're old enough. I didn't have money to buy like good speakers. I put house speakers in the back. That's when it was fun.
That was the old subwoofer.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Shaking the whole thing as it goes down the road. Kev, thanks for having me on.
No,
today.
man,
What a
I wanted to
great
get
day.
you on here. Look, we're friends. We got to be honest. We're friends. We support each other in everything that we're doing. You actually host a couple podcasts for us on the LOZ Podcast Network for the Chamber. But you have a love and a business that we really enjoy having in the LOZ app. Oh, there it is,
Like that.
Veteran Discount
Just like
Guide.
that.
So
I
just wanted to come in
Oh.
and say hi. I'm a huge fan of both of yours.
Welcome, Mike Clayton. I know
Walmart,
that
good to
if
see
I
you.
had another headset,
No,
I'd get
no,
you
no,
on
not
here.
at
But
all.
You have the worst security around.
will
here,
you stick
Chad.
around and come on with me after
Worst
Jeff, though?
Security.
Sure, yeah. Are you
Okay.
that hard up?
I am that hard up, yes.
Obviously, if you have him, you're that hard up.
Desperate for help.
Anyway, I'm a big fan, Jeff Carr, Mike Clayton. I
So
used to
you're
do-
here for what? The Yard of the Month Club
Yes.
in Eldon?
No,
Is that what you're here for?
Actually, I'm on trash duty.
Ah,
Right.
good,
So,
good.
here.
Obviously, these two know each other. They've spent a little time together in the past. So, Mike-
few days.
Mike with Camp Wonderland, our favorite charity.
All right, man. Yeah, we did a morning show together for a minute or two. Now we've gone our separate ways. He's doing great things with the camp. We're working to get the word out that Lake of the Ozarks is a community that loves veterans, and that's what we're all about with the veteran discount
And
guide.
you guys have just taken over with this veteran discount guide. I know we this year were lucky enough to get you guys involved in the app, and now we have one of the great ways you can go see what you have going on is you go right in the LOZ app, you go to the media section, hit a button, and it's all the deals you have from veteran-owned businesses, from people who are giving discounts,
and veteran-owned charities.
and
too,
veteran-owned charities. Yeah,
which we've discovered in the past year or so that there's really some amazing charities that help veterans here at the Lake of the Ozarks, including Heroes Outreach and Folds of Honor, which I've been involved with for a long time. We also work with Marine Max with Wakes for Warriors and Welcome Home, which is helping those homeless veterans in mid-Missouri. So, it's a business thing and it's also a charity thing. And I really appreciate you inviting me down on the strip for this.
isn't this
event.
cool? I mean, there's got to be 10,000 people here.
Oh, at least. Yeah. Your drone footage was fantastic. You really get an image of what it's all about. The strip has been very kind to the Veteran Discount Guide, including right behind us, Tucker's.
Yeah, George. That's where we're broadcasting here at Malted Monkey. George is a great advocate of the app.
Yeah.
We have all of his locations in here, but he, more than that, he gives back to the community. He
Yeah.
really does.
Yeah,
And
you can find George's ad with all his bars and restaurants. They're a part of it. The Leatherman, Mike Page is a
Yep.
part of it. Our friends at Stewart's Restaurant, and then Ryan Brick and all of his fantastic
right next door here.
And can't forget Mike down at we're talking T-shirts. So we've got the strip covered, and we're looking to get more and more people involved in this to let them know that they give a discount, they help out veterans, and man, that's what this thing's all about.
And you know what's so cool is that you guys, not only is the book out and it helps all the people here at the lake try to find stuff, but the veteran community down here is a close-knit community. They support each other.
Yeah.
And so I noticed, like, when I see something, you guys might have an event or something, boy, they come out in full force, don't they?
Well, we're working on that to continue to get the word out through the magazine, through LOZ app, which has been a boon for us. Thank
you.
That trade that we worked out together to get the word out about LOZ app and the Veteran Discount Guide just put us in another level. It's been fantastic.
I'd love to hear that, man. And then with the LOZ Podcast Network now, that we were really cool. We're so happy that we get to take it full circle and actually get full media going on, because I really think there's so much going on here at the lake, and something like this event here. Before, we could do a few things, like we could do an app takeover for it, but when we can do the podcast and actually have this thing going on like this and talk to people, and we just have the chief on, man. I mean, hey, we might become a big time.
That was tough to follow that. I mean, that's a TV personality / the chief of
He's
police
good.
down there.
He's really good.
And he's also photogenic, according to my wife. I just wanted to throw that out there as well.
She's
very photogenic.
But you know what? I just I love working with you, man. I mean, we do projects together, and we have a lot of fun. And you're just one of the guys that is at the lake, and you're all in, man. I mean, you have your business, but you're at all the functions. You're on the board of the chamber at Camdenton.
Camdenton Area Chamber of Commerce.
And,
We do chamber chat on.
Yeah,
on
and
your
Casey,
podcast.
we got to give her a shout out. We love Casey, right?
Just a pro, just fantastic. And all those people are working to bring more people to the Lake of the Ozarks and let them know what it's all about. And that's our mission, my friend.
Yeah, and we're having a blast doing it. And I would encourage everybody to go into the app and go to the Veterans Discount button, or pick one up at everywhere around town. I mean, I see them everywhere.
I've got about 60 or 80 places around the Lake of the Ozarks, plenty of them down here. If you happen to see a rack that's empty, give me a call. Our number is on there. We'll come and we'll fill that up. But that's kind of my job right now, is talking about veterans, veteran charities, and those businesses that take care of veterans. And I think all of that is going to help with the lake being a better place, a place that we all can really be proud of. And LLC app is a big part.
We,
of that.
we might tap you to do a couple of these events for us too when I can't get on there. So
Love to, man.
you're okay on the mic, right?
Well, the radio career, 30 plus years was it was a lot of fun, but it was just my time to move on. This is the next generation. This is the way to get a hold of people now. The magazine and the podcast, along with our website. Man, we're touching everybody around here for sure.
It's awesome. You guys are everywhere. I see you all over the place. I'm so happy. I'm proud of you guys, and I just can't wait to see where this thing could go. And thanks for joining me today.
Hey, man, it's been my pleasure. We appreciate you breaking from the Arizona heat to come down here on a 60.
Well, I'll tell you, today, yeah. I mean, if I'd have known it was going to be 60, I might have stayed another week. But right now we're good. But like I said, man, we'll do some more stuff. You're going to see more of Jeff on the LOZ Podcast Network, believe me, because he's doing some cool things, and we're going to tap him for some more. So we look forward to seeing you, bud.
All right. Look for us all over the place, veterandiscountguide.com. And Ken, you're the man. Thank you,
buddy. Brother.
Appreciate you.
All right. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. My producer's saying keep this interview to 30 minutes. So I don't know, Randy, he might think you're going to talk. Welcome back to the LOZ Podcast Network. We are broadcasting live from Malted Monkey right in the middle of the Strip, and we are looking out onto the Strip to, I would say, I don't know, Randy, 10,000 people maybe here today. I mean, there's a lot.
A lot of people. The line was halfway back to Menards.
Yeah, you got stuck in the traffic. We are here with a good friend of mine, Randy Sparks, and Randy owns 21st Century Automation here at Lake of the Ozarks. And Randy and I first met when I was building a home right next to his, and I had this guy call me, and he kept calling me, and he said, "Yeah, I'm your neighbor. I want to do your TV and your radio stuff in your house." And I thought, I don't know who this guy is. I don't know what's going on or what he wants to do. But he did. He ended up making our house just an amazing experience and entertainment and all the audio visual stuff, and helping me with my dock and putting in all the speakers on the dock and our camera systems. And Randy, tell everybody what you do and what primarily is the focus for 21st Century Automation.
Ken, thanks for having me on today. And, believe it or not, that was coming up on about 20 years ago. You were one of my
20 years we've been friends? Oh my gosh.
It's been a while. So we do anything electronics. One of the big things that people don't know about us is that we try to do all of our electronics at big box prices. So our TVs are exactly what you're going to get at big box prices.
Yeah, and I mean, the big box stores are in Kansas City and St. Louis, right? I mean, you can't get to one very easily from here.
And the TVs are getting bigger and bigger every day.
Yeah, I saw you bring in 120 inch or something. What was it? How big was the one you just did?
We actually had 1298s in the last 2 weeks that we've
Oh,
actually
wow.
installed. We had 4 going out one day to 2 different jobs. And I asked our office manager, I said, we need to post something out there that says it's the 98, the new norm. I remember my first TV that was a 32 inch. I bought the very first 32 inch TV that came out. I don't want to tell how many years ago that was, but it weighed at least 100 pounds, and that's all I could do to pack it in the house.
Well, it is the lake, and you know everyone wants to have the biggest boat, and everyone wants to have the biggest house, and now everybody wants to have the biggest TV.
The new thing about the 98 inch TVs is kind of interesting is the price point. A few years back, a 98 inch TV was over $10,000, and we've got them at the store, full backlit rays, right around $14.99.
$14.99 for that? Wow, that's
12-hour
amazing.
TV, and
So you guys really do compete with, I mean, even online, like you guys can pretty much beat anybody, right?
yep, all of our electronics are sold exactly at the big box store price, and then you get the custom installation, and that's where we really shine.
That's the problem. When you buy one of those big TVs, now what do you do with it? And you don't want to be caught trying to hang one of those by yourself.
And you definitely don't want to drop it.
No, you don't want to drop one. You want to make sure that it's and not only that, but I know you guys do a really good job when you get into a home of seeing what they have, and you might say, you know what, you guys could really use a Sonos system here. You know, this is going to make it so much easier when you want to listen to music and you want to watch your TV and get surround sound. There's so many cool ways to do it now. I mean, even when we put together the system in my house 20 years ago to today, it's like night and day, right? I mean, there's just so many different things.
Today, we can go in, and most of our installations are a day, maybe 2 days at the most. And that includes dock audio, internet, your Wi-Fi, your TVs, everything. And that's just a couple guys going in. And a few years back, to do everything that we would do would take a week or two.
Yeah.
And so the technology has really helped us. I would like to say it's got a lot simpler, but in reality, it's still just a lot of fun, though. Enjoy it.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, you guys have been here for how old's your business here now?
It's 20 years.
20 years, yeah. Oh, well, that's crazy. And you're over right now. Your location is directly across from the car wash, right? You guys are right on the main drag when you come in. You see 21st Century Automation over when you're right when you come into town. And you know, people can really they can come to you for big things and for small things, right? So you can do a whole house. You can actually take them from, you know, these huge mansions we see down here, and I know you've done a lot of them, where you're talking video rooms and media rooms and golf simulators, all the cool stuff. And you do a lot of stuff like for commercial too, because I know on the strip here even you got a lot of projects that you look around and you say, I did that, right?
That's correct. And we just finished a quick project at Camden Schools. We did their high school here a couple years ago. Their elementary school, we just finished the middle school, 155 cameras, with all the latest technology. You can search for a person with a white shirt, blue jeans on. Yesterday we did a fun demo where we actually just typed in, please give me a video of all the people with backpacks in the school in the last hour. Let's walk down the halls. 30, 40 seconds later, all those videos.
Is that AI generated at all? I mean, is AI helping that?
Yes, it is. I mean, basically what they're doing today with the cameras is we call it smart motion detect, but the cameras are sending a stream along with the video, all this analytics, and that analytics then can be analyzed and come up with.
That's amazing. I mean, the stuff that they're doing now is just amazing, and you're on the forefront of all this technology. That's what's kind of cool. I know you and I love talking technology, and you know, the streaming things we're doing here. You've helped us with this, you know, putting on our streams that we're doing. We're going to talk about getting some of your cameras put up around town. So we're going to have a little network of cameras that you have out there that we can.
The LOZ app have
Yeah, and we'll do them in the.
what's going on for Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah, which is so cool. And you got personally, you got a kind of a big event coming up, right?
Yeah, I do. My only daughter's getting married in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. Here in 2
Macy.
weeks.
Oh, you guys probably know Macy Sparks out there. She's been in. She went to high school in Camden. She's now she's living in South Carolina.
Yep, South Carolina. And my thing I always say is what I tell her is I said, you know, they tell you when you're parenting, there's really not a lot of rules and you know, instruction on how to do that, but that you shouldn't have favorites. And I just want to tell my daughter, being the only child, She's my least favorite daughter. I think I'm going to change the tune though at the wedding and maybe call her my favorite.
There
daughter.
you go. Well, we're excited that you have that in your life, and I know that it's something that's been kind of consuming this last year of your life. So it'll be nice when that finally comes and you can get back to living some of your own stuff for a while, right?
Right. Well, I tell you what, thank you for having me on, and I'd like everybody to know that basically it'll be 21st century electronics. The name 21st century automation, people didn't know what that was for a long time, so we kind of changed our name to electronics. And stop in, get the latest, greatest in the TVs and the audio.
And really, they need to come to you for anything they're doing with audio video. I mean, if you're thinking about putting a Sonos system in, if you're thinking about putting a TV in, if you want a video cameras, if you want your dock to be tricked out, I mean, all of that you do, and you do it here locally. And I will tell you guys, I use, and Randy will also tell you about me, I don't like to spend a lot. So when, he can find a way that he can usually do something for you and make it really great for a reasonable amount of money. And that's kind of cool.
I'm looking forward to staying here a couple more years. It's actually,
well, thanks for coming on with us today. Enjoy this amazing event. And I would encourage everyone in the app to go out, 21st Century Electronics, see Randy Sparks. Make sure you have him look at your projects, condos, homes, anything you have going on, businesses. He can do it all.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Okay, welcome back. We are on the LOZ Podcast Network, and we're broadcasting live from Malted Monkey. There's actually a bunch of kids dangling above us here on the ropes course. Oh, Stephanie Leckman, and Stephanie is with Country Financial. And what do you do at Country Financial?
We sell home, auto, life, business, workman's comp, and retirement planning on insurance.
And so you can help with anything that someone's doing in the insurance world. Like it's pretty much, I know you do a lot with like even financial planning stuff too, right?
Yes. We do about everything possible on insurance. Especially business insurance is really big. Our rates are competitive on business insurance.
Okay, and there's a bunch of businesses here at the lake,
Yes, there
and we're in one of those corridors right now on the strip. Every one of and if you own a business, you have to be insured, right?
Yes, yeah. I mean, there's most people ask for proof, your certificate of liability that you have insurance before they have you work on anything, which is great.
Which is good for you, right?
Yeah, good for me and the owner if there's a claim.
And I know that you also, besides business insurance, though, life insurance.
Yes, very big. We're the #1 life insurance company in 2024 and the best home insurance company in 2025.
And Stephanie and I go way back down here because I see her at all the socials. You are one of the hardest working women at the lake. You are at every event. I don't know that anywhere I'm at, I see you in a tent somewhere or you're at a social. You're meeting people, and that's cool. I mean, you really are a part of the community.
Yes, I try to be at everything. My heart is in this business.
Yeah, and I know you're on the west side, but you can service somebody on this side too, right? Like it's not just a west side business.
Mm-hmm.
You'll come over that bridge now that there's no toll, right?
Yes.
That makes it a little easier.
Yeah.
And that really has opened up the west side, though, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing what that toll bridge did to allow them to open up this side of the lake. But it was still a little bit in. I mean, look, I've lived over there for 20 years, so every time I would go through, it still kind of gave me a little tinge of, I don't want to pay another $3 to go over the bridge.
Yeah.
Because if I go get a coffee, it's a $7 coffee instead of a $4 coffee.
Yep.
But now that's gone. Now it's completely open and free, and that west side's going to really get a benefit from that, aren't
Yeah, I believe so. It's going to be great. And this weekend was the crawl over there for the businesses. So, yeah.
And so tell me a little bit about, when you meet with a new prospective client, what are a couple of things that you really want them to know about, what you do and how you can help them? By the way, we're at a car show. So if you hear all this is because it's real, it's live. We're not in some room. We're right on the street. And the way these car guys talk back and forth, I think they rev their engine. And that's kind of a language for them.
Yeah, I think so. I love old cars. It's something I've always been around, and I love seeing it. It's amazing to see all of the great cars around here too.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Back to what we're talking about, though. So when you meet with somebody, what's a couple points you're trying to get across to them?
So one, we would sit down with them and, kind of go over everything of the policy they have now and kind of compare and make sure that the coverages are correct, like liability. So that way somebody falls and gets hurt on your property, or liability in a vehicle, somebody gets hurt. And then, of course, life insurance is the big thing. So you want to make sure your family's protected if something happened to you.
And that's the thing. You're trying to make sure that they're protected. I mean, you're really looking for those things that are maybe hanging out there where you're like, you need a little more coverage here.
Yeah.
You need an umbrella policy to go over this stuff because you got some exposure here. And the worst thing in the world to have happen is when you need it and you didn't do it on the front side and get enough, right?
Oh, yeah, completely. And I've seen that where somebody's like, I ain't worried about it. And then they pull out the parking lot and get in an accident, and it's not a good deal. I'm sitting there crying with them because there's nothing I can do about it. They already wrote stuff. So.
I know. I just had yesterday I was at a gas station getting a soda, and somebody backed into me coming out of the parking. I was kind of parked in front of the gas pumps, and it was this young kid, and he got out and he was so nervous. And he said, "Look, I've got insurance." He said, "Here's my insurance card." He said, "Here's my license." He goes, "I'm late to work." He goes, "I'll do whatever it needs to be done." But I was just so struck by how honest he was, but he was so happy because he had insurance. He was like, "I have insurance, so I'm good." Accidents happen, and you can't. That's why I tell people all the time. When my son, I remember like 3 or 4 years ago, he had a small little accident. And I'm like, that's why we have insurance.
That's right.
Don't worry about it. That's why you want to do it, because the stress of worrying if something happens is not worth it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we have just like life insurance. You know, somebody, I ain't worried about it right now. I ain't worried about it right now, and then something bad happens, and then you can't get life insurance.
Yeah.
So I mean, and you want to get it when you're young, so that way it's lot less in money.
Yeah, and I mean it's definitely something that you have to start looking at even when you're in your 20s.
Yes.
I mean, you want to make sure that you're not leaving a burden to somebody.
Yeah, and you know, life insurance, you can also have that. It can build for retirement and your pay off your debts. You know, so if you go to college, that life insurance can pay for that college that you just went to.
Yeah, I mean that's something that I don't think a lot of people think about. I mean, it's an investment too.
Yeah, it isn't all about your death. It has to do with living too.
Well, tell us a little bit about how you're going to spend your summer. So, what do you have in
Oh wow.
the future here at the lake?
Oh, there is so much happening. So I really don't know, because it seems like every weekend there's always something happening that I'm involved in. And then of course I'm growing my team. I have, 2 people in the office, and then I'm starting another agency in Nevada, Missouri. And
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm just growing.
And then I know that you do a group down here as well. Is it Lang? I'm trying to make so tell us a little about that.
Lake Area Networking Group. It's a new networking group where we help people grow their businesses, help them with AI a lot. That's a big thing, because AI is new and it's something that we want to help people grow their businesses with.
That's cool. Yeah, and I've been to one of those meetings. It's cool. There's a lot of people there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really kind of growing. So, and you are the master networker. I will give you that. You are always going to do something around the lake. Thank you for joining us today.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you inviting me.
Yeah, no, this is great. Like, we love to be here. I mean, these big events are cool. Now that we have the podcast network and we can actually do live streams, we can do these events and actually talk to people about what's going on, enjoy the event, and broadcast it live to everybody else out there who might be at home in St. Louis and just wanted to check in and see, hey, what's going on at the lake, or Kansas City. That they're not here this weekend, but they can definitely enjoy what we're doing through the app.
Yeah, this is wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Yeah, you too.
You can put on. And you can sit down there if you want. Go sit down.
Welcome back. We are broadcasting live from the Magic. Oh, hold on. We got to get Mike on the air here. We got to plug it in.
I've got it. I can hear myself.
Welcome back to the LOZ Podcast Network. I'm here with a good friend of mine, just one of the most amazing guys at the lake. I love him, Mike Clayton with Camp Wonderland Camp, and we go back a little ways.
We do. I mean, you've been, Blake went to camp, and we've
my
known
son
you
Blake
for
has been
many
he's been a
years.
camper since I think the first time he went there might have been 15, 20 years ago even. I mean,
Yes.
he's 25 now, so
Also a sponsor of our camper T-shirts this year.
yep,
His-
Blake's buddies. We got in on
his logo will be on the back of all of our camper shirts that we give every one of our campers at Wonderland Camp. So we appreciate Blake.
I like to remind everybody we are at a car show, so
Yes.
we have natural sound. We're wearing headphones so we can
Yes.
hear each other, but I think the way they talk back and forth is by revving their engine. I haven't figured out the language yet, but I'm getting close.
Yeah, this is our second car show of the day. I was at Shelby Fest in Jefferson City for a couple of hours. I got my son here, his friend Cooper, my wife Angel is here, and I walked by earlier. You're set up right here between Multi Monkey and Tucker Shuckers, and I walked by and I saw Jeff Carr, who I used to do a morning show with, and I thought to myself, man, he is really slumming for guests. I was really worried about. Do you need a few dollars, Ken? Are
You know what?
okay?
We'll pick anybody off the street. We really will. No, Jeff and you guys go way back. And Jeff's great. He's a veteran discount guy in the app with us and does a lot of cool things. And so do you. And I love running into you around town. You're everywhere, by the way. I mean, you don't stop. I mean, you literally every night, I think, are doing some kind of fundraiser or you're serving steaks over at Hy-Vee and he's waving. Look, he's a star in this town.
That's Mike Lassen over there.
Well, Michael's
I think
coming. He's coming on with us later.
Yeah, he's great. He owes me money, I'm sure. I don't know. He's my neighbor, actually. But yeah, you have to. If you work for a nonprofit, I work for Wonderland Camp. We're a 501c3 nonprofit camp for people with disabilities at Lake of the Ozarks. You have to be out there. You're always telling people of what you do. We don't get any state or federal dollars. We do it all through donations and camper fees. So busy promoting our open house on May 17th.
Which we're going to talk about this new. I mean,
Yes.
you got something cool going on over there. I mean, I've seen your updates on Facebook, your weekly updates. But you have that's a big project, right? I mean,
It is. Yeah, it's a big project, $1 million project, almost $1 million.
is it the main house? What do you call that?
That is Miller Hall.
Miller Hall.
It's our welcome center, our dining hall. We have our sensory room in there. We have our commercial kitchen in there. We have our game room. We have our costume shop in there. It's a big social room. Of course, we serve hundreds of meals a day in there. And then down below Miller Hall is our storm shelter, where we can go if we have to. But yes, a big main named after the founder of Wonderland Camp, Charles Miller.
Yeah, and Charles Miller really, I'm not sure he understood the vision when he first started, but boy, it's really become just an amazing place. I mean, because my son went there, people with special needs children very rarely, if ever, get to enjoy any kind of time by themselves where maybe they have to have their child with them all the time because nobody can care for them. They don't know how to care for them. You guys provide for 1 week during the summer and some weekends a way for parents to actually drop off their child and know they're getting taken care of and actually maybe go on a 3-day vacation if they want, or maybe actually have some time to themselves.
Right.
That's a gift that you can't even put into words and you can't even put into money. It's something that's so amazing. And I love the concept of what you guys do.
Well, respite is part of our mission, to give campers the time of their lives. They can be at Wonderland Camp. They can be themselves. They can be around people. They can make friends. And then respite for the caregiver that whole week that like you said, Ken, that you can do whatever you want. And then also our third mission is that we believe we provide a nurturing work experience for over 100 counselors a year, many of them college age. We hope that we're changing their lives too.
And giving them real world experience. A lot of them are going to be special education teachers, right? Or they're going to go into something that's relatable to what they're doing. I don't care what you go into. If you spend even a week around special needs children, it's going to make you a better person.
That's true. I mean, it is life changing. It's been life changing for me. I spent 36 years in broadcasting, and I was trying to juggle.
It seems like 50, but
It does. To people who listen to our show, it does seem like 50. But, you know, my wife said pick one, you know, after juggling part-time at Wonderland Camp and full-time in radio. And I think it was time to hang up the headphones, so to speak, and give my full efforts to people with disabilities. And it's been a rewarding experience. It's been fun communicating with the public about the camp. There's still a lot of people that think that we just have a bunch of tents in a field out there.
Yeah.
And that's not what
no, it's
Wonderland
not. I
Camp
mean,
is
you
all
have
about.
you have basically like you have a rock wall. Yeah, I mean, I remember Blakey and he's mobile, but he's not going to climb a rock wall. And he said,
I'm not going to climb
no,
a rock wall.
but it's so adaptive in everything you do. The pool, you can shoot bows and arrows. The boat rides. Oh my gosh, the boat rides. That is like for a kid to come down here and go on a boat ride. And you think about it in terms of this may be the only opportunity they had to do
No,
that.
that's true. And fishing and putt-putt golf and our Burma Bridge and our giant swing and our tree climb, everything is adaptable to people with disabilities. So it's a fun time. Well, I have you. Thanks so much for sponsoring our Treasure Island Casino benefit. That's 1 week from today at Jolly Rogers. Shameless plug, 3 to 6 p.m. But thank you for being a sponsor, and thanks to Blake for sponsoring our camper T-shirts. I can't wait to see his logo on the back of the shirts of all of our campers.
And you know where his logo came from. So his logo is two fists bumping together.
Yeah.
And
That's his thing.
We taught him early on. He's very social and he loves to say hi to people, but not everybody wants a big hug and kiss. So we decided that a fist bump might be better, and that's his signature. Everybody that comes along with Blake that knows him will give him a fist bump.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of where that logo came from.
Yeah, last time I saw him was on the strip. We were down there by Stewart's, and he stuck his hand out the window. That was the last time.
Well, thanks for all you do for the community and for all you do for Wonderland Camp. And, you know, we are so excited to promote what you're doing in the app and help you guys any way we can. And I love what you guys are doing, and it's just incredible. And you're making memories, man.
Well, thanks so much for helping us promote all of our activities for the past several years, and then also for donating auction items and for sponsoring events and for bringing us the car show. Like, I have personally never seen it. I've been doing this show. I used to announce this show for many years. I broadcast this show live for many years, and I've never seen it brought to us like it has been this weekend. So
awesome.
You should really be proud of yourself for what
That's
you've
cool.
done.
Yeah, we are. And maybe we'll get together and do a live stream at one of your events. Maybe we'll just, we'll throw a live stream up, and
we'd love to
we could actually get people buying auction items over the air or something,
We're up
Let's try to raise some more money.
We're up for anything. Great
Thank
to
you,
see
pal.
Great to
I
see you.
appreciate
You're
you.
great, man. That sounds good. I'm going to get a selfie of us before we leave here. I just learned how to take one of these, so it should do your thing.
Hello and welcome back. We are broadcasting live at the we get selfies too at the street meet down on the strip, and I have Pamela Quinn with Lake Days Rentals. Hello.
Hello, this is amazing down here.
Okay, how many people? I'm thinking 10,000. Like there's a lot of people, and there's a lot of people. Somebody told me they were trying to get here, and they were all the way back at Menards trying to get here.
Yes, and so I came in a little bit later. I was at some of our properties this morning, and it's a little bit less crowded coming in. But I would say confidently, yeah, I think that 10,000 range. And it's so funny because when they set the date for this, we take bookings. Like for the next year, as soon as we got that date set, we can tell when they've announced it because our bookings start coming in for all of our properties that are right here off the strip.
Oh, yeah.
It is such a popular event, and people come back year after year, which is awesome.
You know, that it's funny. You're like a barometer for what's going on down here. I mean, you see it first because all of a sudden we'll book an event or we'll have something new or we'll just have what we have all the time down here. And you really get the first cue like, oh, my God, this is going to be huge because
oh, yeah.
my bookings.
It's amazing. When they announced that they were doing the street party for the offshore race that's in June. So that's new that they're doing the street party. So we started our bookings that normally would just be for that race. Then they're bumping up earlier in the week. So we love it. Whenever an organization, whether it's the chamber, a private organization, or, you know, the cities, whenever they're doing something that brings people, we love it because you can tell right away in the bookings, here's something that has traction and here's something that people care about.
I tell you, you and I met a couple of years ago now. I mean, this is, yeah,
really?
I know it's so crazy. But I remember when I first met you and we were first starting the app and you were one of the first people who got in, and we call them our, you know, those are our gold members because they were the first, they were the ones who believed in us when we just had a couple thousand.
I remember it
users.
was an idea.
It was an idea. We had a couple thousand users. Now we just gone over 30,000 users. So it's and then now we got the podcast network. So we're doing that. You have your own podcast, and we do that on a monthly basis for you. And you're a great host. This is old school for you. But I remember at the time you were like, yeah, we started this as an idea, and we had a couple of properties, and now we have 100. And then now what is it?
We'll be at 180 by Memorial Day.
Oh my God, you're growing so fast.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's wonderful and it's amazing. And the fact that people are so confident in us because of the conversations they have with other people, that's something that is a total shift this year. In the past, when we would get a call from that owner and they're interested in considering us for their home, you know, we'd have a meeting, we'd share information, we'd follow up with more information. And now by the time they call us, we're like, well, we'll send you some information. And they, great, I want to see that. So how do I sign up? And that is so just absolutely rewarding because they've talked to one of our owners, they've talked to our guests, they may have talked to a realtor, but they're convinced by the time they call us that this is a good idea. And there is just nothing more humbling than that.
Yeah, it's you know what's cool about it is that you guys do it right. I mean, you have this down. I mean, it's not like you have, if you sign up and you put your property with Lake Days, they understand everything. Like you guys have it all put to bed. And you want that because if you're trying to get your property to start creating some revenue for you, you don't want a startup time. You don't want there to be a 3-month, you know, you guys can hit the ground running for a lot of properties.
Yeah, that's a part that I think we had to grow into. I mean, if you would have talked to some of our owners like maybe about 1.5 years to 2 years ago, as we were coming through our growth stage, they would tell you that there were some communication gaps and that, you know, we could be slow to start. And it's really because we were learning. And God bless those owners that are still with us. And so many are. I mean, when I look back at our original 25, we have 24 of them.
Oh my gosh. That's
nuts.
To lose 1 out of 25. And that was probably somebody who sold. So, I mean,
yeah, it was just, and so that is just, we have learned so much and our owners are learning with us and they have been amazing. And now, like you said, I mean, we have it nailed down. We do now. We have this amazing team of over 20 people that are with us year round. We have a structure for our new owners. We have a structure for our long-term owners that they transition to that primary host who's their point of contact. I mean, we really do have it nailed down now. And like I said, just those people that have come with us along the journey, they're the ones that taught us. And so we so appreciate all of those owners. And it's them, honestly, that allow us to do what we do for the guests. I mean, when you look at the crowds here and you look at all the people that have booked with us over the weekend, if we didn't have the owners, we would not have the properties to support the guests. And so when you know, what comes first, the chicken or the egg?
Right.
You know,
but now there's 10,000 chickens out here, so like they need some eggs.
I know, exactly. And so this weekend I needed to schedule a meeting with someone, and I'm like, well, let me find an open property. We're going to show you kind of what a property prepared looks like and things like that. And when I went to find the property, I was having a hard time finding one in the Lake Ozark Osage Beach area
my God.
because, you know, we either had somebody that had just departed, or we had somebody in house, or we had somebody coming in, and that kind of traffic for the tourism industry at Lake of the Ozarks happening the first weekend of May is absolutely incredible.
The shoulder season is not a shoulder season. And I mean, it's
No.
like the season is starting in, you know, late February and it's going through November, December. I mean, there's stuff in the Christmas. I mean, I love to see it. Look, we've all been at the lake. I've been here for 25 years. It used to be you couldn't find how to get bread and milk during the week after after the first.
After 12 p.m.
Now it's a 24/7. It's going. It's so cool. But this reminds me of the old lake. It's families, kids, grandparents at a car show. I mean, this was the old strip. Like that was what I remember as just something that was family oriented, and what a cool event that this has turned out to be.
So funny thing, this is our first event that we attended as a family in 2021 because the kids were out of school at that point. We were here, quote unquote, full time, though kind of in a house, kind of in a hotel, but we were here. And this event, of course, my husband's a huge car fanatic, and this caught his attention. And so we came here with the boys. The very next year, then we were a sponsor. And so it was like, he's like, how do we get involved in this? I'm like, I don't know. We have one house. Are we really a company yet?
Yes.
We were
You were, because good thing you did, because you know you guys have grown so incredibly. You have your own visitor center. I mean,
Yes.
let's put it. You have your own freaking visitor center. I mean, Lake Days Rentals is killing it at the lake, and I would encourage anyone. They're easy to find. Go into the LOZ app. You can find them in there. You can find them on Facebook. You can find them all over town. You guys do an incredible job of marketing. And you have your own podcast, so
Yes.
you have that as well. So you can listen to Pam and all the things, and you give some incredible advice. Whether you're even have your home listed as a rental, you give people advice on what to do if they're looking at that, or just in general about owning a home and the things you need to do. And that is such a cool, space to be in. And you're such a good supporter of the lake. I mean, you're at everything. I don't know how you do it. You don't sleep.
I do occasionally, but I would say the same about you. I mean, we have really come as far as we have because we have so many good local partners. And, when you came and you're like, here's this app, and I believe that this is really going to serve the lake. And like you said, 1,000.
Yeah.
But it's growing, And so LOZ app is in every guest newsletter that goes out. It's in every guest guidebook. And when we talk to our guests, it's, oh yeah, I downloaded the LOZ app, and lots of great information there. So I mean, you are serving so many people that
we're on some refrigerators too, aren't we?
You are. Just, about 180 of them by May, of course.
I love being a magnet on the refrigerator. That's the best place to be.
Absolutely. No, it's just we love the fact that you've created this network for people to go to and get information. And it's not just like, here's what to do, but it is relevant. Like everything that you have on there about this event is relevant, and it's happening right now. And I think that's so valuable to our guests.
Well, thank you very much. And I know you were one of the people that really enjoyed what we did at the shootout last year when we were showing everyone the speeds when they came up through the race, and then we were letting you know if the storm was coming, when to come in, come back out. We try to do that. That's what we're here for. We want to make it so that people can refer to the app when they need the information. If you need a rental, you have to go to the app, and you have to go to Lake Days Rental. They are the best. Make sure that you book early, though. Don't wait till, you have spots for people if they don't, but you encourage them, think ahead and book ahead, right?
Absolutely. Especially anything 5-bedroom or plus. We definitely recommend that you start looking between October and December for the next summer. One of the cool things I think about our growth is like if you were to go out and look for a big home right now, it's really desolate. There's not much out there, but we just took on a new owner, 5-bedroom home, has 2 levels to that home, meaning like a lakefront level and then an upper garage suite. And it sleeps 20 guests and it's in a cove, deep water. I mean, so the fact that we keep growing does present these opportunities for last minute planners. And I'm one of those. So I totally appreciate those. So we do still always have new things come to the market. That's why we tell people, hey, go to our website first. That's where you're going to find the most recent information and also your best prices. So,
Well, we're so happy to have you on the LOZ Podcast Network. We're so happy to have your podcast in there as well. And we'll look forward to having you on a bunch more this summer. I know we will. And maybe we'll do one of these live streams from one of your events. Who knows?
oh, that would be amazing. I can tell you, we will be showing up a ton here in the next few months. You'll see us at every street party.
I love it. Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Have a great one.
You too. Take care.
All right. Welcome back to the LOZ Podcast Network. We are broadcasting live from right in front of Malted Monkey. There's actually kids hanging above us on ropes. And I'm looking out here with Mark Mawson from Polylift. And Mark, we are seeing, how many people you think are here?
I don't know. There's a ton of people here, and they're just, and it's full from top to bottom. It's pretty amazing.
I talked to somebody earlier that was trying to get in, and they said they were parked. They were coming up all the way back to Menards. I mean, it's incredible. It reminds me of another street party that you're very familiar with, because Mark is the president of the Shootout, the biggest charity at Lake of the Ozarks, and we do a street party there too, don't we?
Yes, we do.
And so this kind of reminds me of it. But you know what's a little different with this is, and you get some kids at the Shootout party, and obviously when they want to see the boats and stuff. But once it gets later in the night, it's more of an adult thing.
Yep.
I love seeing all the grandparents and the kids, and just, you know, it's such a family thing going on. And I'm an old car. You're a car guy. You're showing what, 3 cars here?
You got 3 cars here.
What do you guys have here?
I've got a Shelby GT500. My wife's got a Bronco, and then our son has a 69 Moss 302 that's here.
Tiffany's Bronco is not a normal Bronco. Let's talk about this Bronco. You made all of us husbands really look bad, okay? Because her Bronco is maybe one of the most amazing Broncos I've ever seen.
It's really cool, and really, you know, it's pretty simple. It's a Bronco Raptor, which is, you know, it's special by itself. But with having it wrapped the Tiffany blue color, and then the bumpers and stuff on it, and the underglow lighting that was put, it's just unique enough that it works. And that color with that Bronco,
that color, I mean, Tiffany's, they knew what they were doing. I mean, yes. Right? They picked that color. They've had it for, I don't know, 100 years. I'm not sure how long they've been around. That color on that car is so striking and so amazing. I just, you know, I can't even show my wife. she'll want something like it. And I can't give it to her.
Well, and I told her when she did it, when she wanted it done, I said, that's all well and good, but I'm not driving it. I'm not going to be caught in it. And I drive it as much as she does now. It actually, as I said, the color works. It's close enough to the old vintage color, but yet it pops in a different way. It's just cool how it works.
Well, I am an owner of a Polylift. I have one that's my second one. Talk a little bit about the business, and it's a family business.
Yes, sir. My dad started that company. My brother, Mike and I's dad, my brother Mike and I, dad started that company in 75. And I started out at that point in the time, I was 6 years old and putting nuts and bolts together. And Michael was one, would need help whenever he could, or he'd hide washers from me or something. We grew up in it. It's all we've ever done. And we're celebrating 50 years this year.
Wow.
So we're super, super excited. My son, Matthew, and Michael's son, Ryan, are poised to take over and take some pressure off of Mike and I, and we're super excited where that's going to go. Things are looking really up.
And I enjoy watching them because they do some stuff on social media, and they're we do the same. I'm a big supporter of people who are trying to do what everybody's doing. This is not easy. Trying to get out there, get on camera, do some stuff that's fun, and put it on social media. Those guys are having fun, and they're doing some really cool stuff. And I hope to have them on the podcast network this summer, because I know that we tried to get them on earlier, but they're still in school, right? I mean, these are kids, but they're doing some really major stuff for you guys.
Yeah, Ryan's still in school. Matt's graduated. He's out. He went, but it's really cool to see him. And Ryan it's kind of weird. I tell my brother Mike that I think, even though the kids were born 6 years apart or whatever it is, I think we swapped them at birth. Matt's pretty timid sometimes and not real outgoing and crazy. And Ryan is wild like I was, and gets out there, and you can tell why he does. He moves and does his things, and it's fun to watch both of them work. But Matt has really gotten good at what he's doing, and I'm super proud of both of them and what they've accomplished.
And they're doing a great job of promoting you guys. I mean, they really are. You guys built some amazing lifts. I mean, the beauty is that you can get a guy that comes along and says, "Hey, I got a fishing boat and I need to put it up," and you can do that. And you can get a guy who comes along with a 40-foot cat, and you can do that too.
40-foot cat, 50-foot MTIV, whatever it may be. We do all kinds of crazy things.
Yeah, and that's fun. And you're so entrenched in the boating community, obviously, with the shootout. You run in the shootout.
Yep.
You race boats. So I mean, it's I don't know how you sleep, because I mean, you have so many things going on. Not only that, you're on the Lambda. You have Lambda, president of Lambda.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, dude. Like, when are you finding time to even, to get a few minutes for yourself?
We get that, but we and Tiff and I engage, and fortunately, very fortunate that she enjoys doing the things that I enjoy. And so when we do the charity events and we go do these different events like this, she's up there today showing her car. We do them together.
She does a lot of charity stuff too. I know she does some stuff for the shootout that's incredible.
Make-A-Wish.
Make-A-Wish. Oh my God, what an amazing event that is. And I mean, I think you were telling a story about a kid that came in and got to do some things. I mean, that's truly providing dreams to these kids.
Oh my God, it is something amazing, and it touches your heart in ways that you just don't know. I tell everybody when they come, they're big tough guys that need to wear dark sunglasses, because it can be 30 degrees outside and whew, it's hot out here. These kids will truly touch your heart. One quick little story: I did a ride for a young boy, and then this family actually adopts children that with terminal illnesses, because
they're angels. I mean, think about that. You're adopting a kid that is probably not going to be around, and you're trying to do all you can to make the days on this earth the best that you can make them. I mean, those are true angels.
True angels. And I don't know how a parent doesn't take that child on and say, well, I just can't do it. Someone else has to do it. I don't know how that happens.
But thank God there's those people that do.
Yes, thank God they do. So this family does that. And so this young boy rode with me and went out, and he had a ball. It was a great time. And we came back, then everybody hugs and does things. I signed his little shirt and do whatever he wants. And then the next year they came back, and the boy wasn't with them, but they had other kids. So I thought, well, maybe I wasn't there. So as we were coming back, idling back into the cove, I asked the parents. I said, "So how is?" And I just went brain dead. I can't think of the little boy's name. And they go, "Oh, well, he after your boat ride, he got sick again, and I think he's saying in October, he was pretty bad. And then in November, he passed away. But just before he even passed away, he said one of the last things he talked about was that boat ride. And I said, that's what it's all about. That is what it's all about.
I mean, seriously, like you can't imagine making a kid's dream like that and doing. And I know that, you know, we take it for granted because we go on those boats all day, right?
Exactly.
I mean, we go out and go for a ride and we come back in, and you get someone that's their dream and that's something they want to do, and you're able to provide that to them. That's cool. And I know Tiffany, it's just so close to her heart. She's amazing, and she's got a business in Canada too. Let's talk about that. She does insurance in Canada. She's actually works for the same insurance company that my insurance is with, so which is amazing. But she's always moving too. Like you got a lot going on.
We got a lot going on, and she does things just a little differently. She's we're blessed enough to be financially set good enough that when she's doing insurance deals and whatnot, it doesn't matter what the commission rate is on it. There's some out there that they all vary, and if the lesser commission rate is the better price for the customer, that's what she gives the person. It's not his.
She's really making it about them.
She really thinks about the customer, and she goes to bat. I mean, I've seen her say some pretty crazy things to a insurance company because they're not covering or not doing what taking care of her client. She takes care of
her client.
Yeah, she's mad, and she takes it to heart when for each and every one of her customers. So it's really fun to watch her use her passion for people to use it in what she's doing. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome. Well, look, we love having you in the app. We love having Polly Lipton. We love the podcast network that we're doing. I enjoy working with you on the Shootout. You are a great ambassador for the lake. And not only that, but you're a great human. And it's just so cool to be associated with people at the lake that really care, and that, we're all, look, we all want to do well. Everyone's out to make a living. Everyone's out to do well in life. But you guys give back. You share. You're giving back to the community all the time, and I just think you're just one of the biggest ambassadors for the lake. And we have some cool stuff coming this year because the Shootout is moving back to not quite where it was, but right around the corner. And it's going to be so cool to bring it back to the middle of the lake where we don't have a 20-mile no wake anymore.
I know.
You people can get to it now with just like they're going to the state park. All the things that are getting built over there that in anticipation of all this. And this year, the first year, it's going to be a little modge podge. We're putting some things together. But I'll tell you what, next year when some of these things get opened up, and
the year after that, even better,
it's going to be incredible.
And I've had several business owners that have restaurant and bars that were in that 10-mile no wake zone thing that have said, "Man, thank you so much. That weekend killed us because no one wanted to go."
And I can't. Nobody knows how many boats are going to make it this year, but it's going to be huge.
Yep.
Be patient. Take your time. Enjoy that. And remember, you can get the LOZ app. You download it. You can see the speeds of every race when they go in.
Yep.
You can get notifications if there's a weather issue or something, and you can keep in. And look, we just saw in Lake Havasu an interesting boat.
Yes, sure did.
They ran a little bit in the race last year.
Yep.
I've never seen a boat go in that direction as that boat went.
No, I've never seen one. One thing to flip over backwards, but then to do a 360 the other direction was rather unique.
And they lived.
Yep.
I mean, that's and that's what part of the reason we're bringing it back to the section of the lake that we are is because we're only 1.5 miles from a hospital.
Right.
If something happens, God forbid, we don't want it to, but you got to have safety in the forefront of this thing.
Exactly.
And it's going to be so exciting just to have it there.
Exactly. And in case, the other thing about it is in that location is if there is some kind of a mass casualty, God forbid, a mass casualty thing, we've got 4-lane highways to multiple hospitals.
Yeah.
I mean, we can get people all over the place really, really quickly.
And just spectators in and out. I mean, now there's going to be a lot of ways in and a lot of ways out, so we can make it available to so many more people. There's going to be multiple viewing points, and I just think it's going to be great. And you're spearheading this. You're the guy leading us all, and we really appreciate all the time and effort. And I know for a fact that you have put more time into this one than anybody, and it's just going to be and Leah Martin. We got to give her a shout out. Leah's the queen.
She's our queen. Yeah, she's our queen bee.
She is absolutely always everywhere, and she does an incredible job. But between the two of you, you guys have really just turned this thing. And I'm looking for. We might have a big number this year.
I'm looking for a big number. I just got goosebumps, but I'm very excited about
because you decided and let's face it, you're the leader of us, but we all kind of make decisions together on the board. But but just moving it to this location, change nothing, is a big boost to the revenue, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Huge
and,
boost.
and that's what you can look for. So
It's going to be
and there's no toll, so all
No
the west
toll.
side can get over. It's,
Yep.
it's going to be easy for everybody.
And another safety thing that we hadn't thought about until someone mentioned it the other day is Uber and Lyft. Is a lot of them was either didn't go or was real expensive to move somebody from Osage Beach to Sunrise Beach. So now they're saying, I can Uber over, I can have a few drinks and then Uber back home, and I'm not driving.
Yeah, and we have Lake Ride Pros in the app, and they're a local company. They have 6 or 7 different cars, and those guys are great. You'll see them; they're green, they're all green lit up, and they'll get you home safe. And that's the key. Like that's what you want. We want people to have fun. We
Yeah.
want them to enjoy themselves, but get home safe so you can come to the next one, right?
Absolutely.
Thanks for joining me,
You're
man.
welcome.
This is a great. I love this car show. I know you do too.
Yes, sir.
And we're hoping that we can do some cool stuff with the shootout just the same way. And we're really looking forward. We're going to have some more of these streaming things going on at these events, and it just gets people that maybe can't attend. They can watch it in the app and then kind of see and have some of the fun.
Absolutely. One quick thing on the shootouts for everybody coming: be patient. That's number one. Be patient, both
Be
whether you're
patient.
coming by water or by land. And then the ones that come by land, that we're going to have parking at the factory outlet mall with
Which is
shuttle
great.
buses. So that's where almost all the parking is going to be. They're donating that to us to use. We'll have some buses running people back and forth, so it'll keep the congestion going. It'll keep people moving, and then that'll allow the Uber, Lyft, and taxi drivers and different things that are out here to get in and out of that facility quickly as well. And I think it's going to flow really nicely.
And it might be nice if it rains really hard to be on concrete and not grass. So I think we're going to have that.
Yes.
That'll have its own.
That'll have its own positives. Yes.
Hey, man, thanks so much. I know we're going to have you on the podcast network some more this summer, but
Please.
thanks for joining us today. And we love everything you're doing, and we can't wait to see what the shootout's going to bring this year.
Oh, you're welcome. Like I said, this lake area has blessed us, and it's enjoyable to give back and enjoy the same thing.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Can I have my?
You can have whatever you want. Welcome back to the LOZ Podcast Network. We are broadcasting live from the Malted Monkey. We actually are George Tucker, great friend of the app. We have all his restaurants in here, and we have Malted Monkey, which we're positioned at today. Tucker's right next door. Neon Taco down the street. He's very prevalent on the
Strip here.
And so he was gracious enough to let us kind of come in and use this space, and it's been awesome. Here with Michelle Leisman, my buddy.
Hey, how
You've
are
seen
you?
her. You people know who she is. She's been on TV at the lake all over the place.
Yeah.
You have your real estate show.
The real estate show.
Are doing your mortgage lending.
On this, yeah, that's actually I think my primary gig.
I don't know that you have a primary gig. I
Yeah.
mean, you have a lot of gigs.
I have a couple.
But let's talk about a really cool gig that you're doing,
Yes.
and that's Move with the Military app.
Yes.
And so you and I got together maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago.
Almost 2 years, I think.
And you asked me, because we built the LOZ app and we build other apps, and you said, I have an idea for an app. And I hear that 1,000 times. But you really did have an idea for an app.
Oh, good. This one's
Yeah,
stuck.
This one's stuck. And you have an incredible concept, and it's called Move with the Military.
Mm-hmm.
Tell everybody what that is. What is Move with the Military app, and what does it do?
So, Move with the Military came about 6 years ago, actually. Being in the mortgage industry, working with active military members, and they have to PCS, they get assignments to new duty stations anywhere from 2 to 4 years. I actually talked to a spouse last week. They moved every 11 months.
Wow.
For almost.
They got PCS every 11 months?
Yeah, PCS every 11 months. And for me, my question, being the question person I am, was like, how do you know? How do you know where you want to settle? What area, if you're not living on base, then, where your children are going to go to school, haircuts, auto loan, like all the things that you need just to live and settle into a community. And the resounding response always was they have to Google. They have to Google everything. They have to hope they find a good Facebook page. I actually saw on Facebook that today they're starting to cut off some real estate posts.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can't just rely.
You can't live on Facebook. I mean, that's what I tell people all the time. It's a great format, and people try to do what they can, but that can't be your only way.
No, absolutely not. Okay, I hate looking at you without glasses. Gotta make eye contact. So I started to try and find a platform that we could take all of those resources that are already out there, not recreate the wheel, but just find those resources and house them in one location. There's almost 300 military bases in the United States. So it was a very overwhelming idea.
Mm-hmm.
And then you walked into my life and I was just like, yeah, as you do with everyone. And I was like, oh my gosh, a mobile app. What a concept. And you already had the platform. The LOZ app was perfect. And so within the app, the entire concept is the military member, their spouse, their family members that are coming in can go, local resources that are available. They can.
Where do I get the kids in school? What do I do with my pets?
Pet
Where can
care.
I go get a good burger?
Right.
How do I talk to a realtor? Because, I may have some very quick needs for that.
Well,
And-
right. And rentals. I mean, just everything
Yeah.
that you need to settle into a community. And sure, you can get referrals from other spouses, but you also have to find those spouses a lot of times. And it's just not trying, again, recreate the wheel, just have one platform
Right.
to house those in. So, yeah.
And it's just people love it. I mean, like
Yes.
we've done a couple webinars together and talked to individuals who are veterans and who have said, I wish this was here when I got moved.
That's a response from everyone.
Yeah.
This is amazing. This is what we've been looking for. Where's this been my entire life? And you do have really good, and we've got some great community partners, realtors and lenders and other businesses in the app that already have some of those guides for their local area. And that's what we want. Take those guides, put them in there, have that in one location so they don't have to Google as much. They'll still Google.
Yeah, I mean, it's
But-
not replacing the internet, but what it's
Yeah.
doing is it's giving somebody the ease of getting to information with one tap. They can go in there, they can get information right away that they need. They can call directly out of the app. They can get the directions, how to drive there out of the app. But you've just done such a great job promoting it and just getting the word out. And I know that there's, you've got a lot of communities to get the word out in. So
Yeah.
it's a full-time job.
It is. Yeah. And you know what? It's my favorite job.
Yeah.
So, like you said earlier, we balance a lot. We've got a lot of things, and I love helping people buy a home, but I also love just bringing community to people. And I appreciate you guys being a partner with me in that.
Oh, we
honestly,
love it.
because I couldn't do it without you.
No, and we love it, and we got to give Steven a shout out. He's in the background.
Yeah.
He won't say
stand
hi,
up now.
but Steven does a lot.
Yeah, Steven
Uh,
puts a lot up with me.
And your sidekick,
And my
Stephanie.
sidekick staff, we
you
got to
know,
give her a shout
Got to
out.
give her a shout out too.
Yep,
But
absolutely.
no, what's really cool about you is that you're a go-getter. Like, I mean, you don't just kind of dabble. When you get into something, you're in it, and that's what you need to do. And so, we just had Jeff Carr on with the Veteran Discount Guide, and he's
yeah.
supporting all the veterans here at the lake.
Mhm.
And it's such a community of people that are loyal.
Yes.
If you do something for them and you make it easy, they're going to be there and they're going to tell everybody about it. And that's what's cool about, Move with the Military app, is because word of mouth is what's going to get us most of the users.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
like you said too, like you move into a new community, you don't know a lot. You got enough going on. There's enough stress. If you can take a little stress out of their lives by having that, and it's totally free.
Totally free. We don't, the other thing with the military community is they're very preyed upon, and so it's the trust factor.
Mhm.
And so what I also love about this platform is that it's free and we don't collect their data.
No.
We're not trying to collect their data. This is not a business scheme of, getting their information. It's free. Here it is. If you need the resource and you want to reach out to somebody in that app, more power to you.
And
That's
it's so
there.
easy. You go to the app store, whatever app store you use, and you type in Move the Military, and it's going to come up. You're going to download it in 3 seconds. It's going to be on your phone, and you're going to have access to all the bases. And we're adding bases all the time.
Constantly.
I know that that's a huge undertaking, and it's going to take a while to get all the bases in, but you've got a really good, strategy right now. And I think we're up to 30 bases in there, maybe. I'm not
We're
sure.
working. That's our goal. I think we're at 13 live.
Yeah.
So then we're kind of batch loading them 3
Yes.
at a time, just because that's where the platform is. And so those will be in there coming soon. It's a lot of data, and we want it to be valuable. Once they're in there, we'll continue to add more, but we've got about 145 different businesses across each amenity section per base. So that's a lot.
That's awesome. Your dream's coming
It's a lot.
true. You had
It
this for a
is.
while.
I know. It's so surreal. And again, thank you. And I'm really super excited about the sponsorship here at the lake with the Support Our Troops.
Yes.
Yeah,
You just
I
told me
think
you're doing
that
a
will
big
be
thing with them.
huge.
That's the poker run, right?
It is the poker run on June 20th. I am the title sponsor.
Oh, congratulations.
Yes, thank you. I had the pleasure of actually touring Heroes Care, which is the recipient of that. And what they're doing is amazing. They've been around for 22 years. So partnering with just nonprofits and organizations
Yeah.
like that is key, because it's just value.
Yeah.
We're wanting to bring the value. It's our way. It's my way to say thank you to our military members for what they're doing and helping them.
And it's part of the shootout. We love that. It's shootout's local. It's something that everybody's doing, and it's it's going to be an incredible event. Title sponsor, that's huge.
Yeah.
That's really cool. And so I just encourage everybody to go to the App Store, download Move with the Military. Not necessarily if you're in the military, but you might have family members, and you can share it with them. The cool part about the app is when you download it, you hit a button that says share, and all your text or email, you can share it to anybody you want in 2 seconds.
Anybody that's in your phone. And we've got some bases that are in there that are heavy concentrated where family members come in for graduations. So it's not only for active military members. If you have someone that's in the
Yeah,
military,
anybody can use it.
Anybody can use
And
it.
if you're in that town and you're in that by that installation, you got all the information, which is so cool. Like, I mean, you're building something for everybody.
Yeah, and we're going to have the lake area as part of Fort Leonard Wood, since
Oh,
it
yeah.
is so close in proximity. And it's also about doing things off base. So super excited for Fort Leonard Wood to come on.
That's awesome.
So,
Well,
yeah.
thank you for joining us
Well,
on the
thank
podcast
you.
network, and you'll see Michelle. She might host some of our programs as we get more out there. We're still talking to her, but she's got an agent, so we got to be careful. But
If
no,
that was true.
thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Yeah,
I
same to
really enjoy having you as a business partner, and just doing different things with you. And you're so passionate and dedicated, and I like being around people like that. Like that's
Same.
fun.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
we'll have you back on. I know we're doing a bunch of events, so we'll have you back on to talk more about it as it grows. And if you need a loan, they could call you too.
Yes,
right?
I do mortgages. If you guys are looking to first-time home buyers, second-time home buyers, second homes. And, I bought my first house here at the lake when I was 18. Before I bought my first primary residence. So this is.
Okay, there's something that's maybe not right about that, but we'll talk about that in another episode.
Yeah, to be continued. More episodes.
Thank you so much for joining me.
Always. Thank you.
We'll see you, Michelle.
Bye.
We got you in the picture.
You want me to get out of here?
Welcome back. No, you're good. Welcome back to the LOZ Podcast Network. We're broadcasting live from Malted Monkey. We have kids dangling above us on ropes. I'm here with Team Lassen, Michael and Michelle. How's it going, guys?
Oh my gosh, it's a great day. It's a little chilly, but you know what? It's not 100 degrees, so we're having fun.
And you guys don't always wear these colorful T-shirts around, but not only are you here for the event and have a car in the event, but you're also supporting the event because you are actually volunteering and you are on the committee that puts this whole thing on, right?
I am on a committee. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm a board member for Lake Area Chamber and Magic Dragon Car Show Committee. And we got a lot of people here. We're very excited.
I'm guessing 10,000. I'm going to put it on, and believe me, with the shootout we put on in the street party, we always kind of figure what we have. This has been huge. I mean, I can't remember seeing as many families. That's the one thing that I think about this event is so cool. Like, there's grandparents and parents and grandkids and kids in strollers. It's an amazing event. You guys have to be like beyond happy.
And I love it because I'm driving up and down in the golf cart giving people rides, and I see the little kids go, look at that car. And grandpa's going, yeah, and and he starts explaining about it. And I'm like, I just love that.
Well, it's funny because when I was in high school, I can still remember this. When I was in high school, we had to take shop and we had to take a course on turning a wrench. I mean, we had to take apart and put together a lawnmower engine and understand how it works. And I would imagine there's kids in their 30s that have never even touched a wrench.
I would agree with that. but she's right. Watching these little kids and actually the next generation of kids
going up in these cars. It's been really interesting for me to see that today. I've had a couple elderly gentlemen, and they've asked me, do you think the next generation will be here in 20 years doing this car show? I said, well, I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll be here. It's just going to be one of those things where, you know, hopefully the grandparents and the parents pass it down to the kids. I mean, that's
Right.
what you hope, right? And these cars have been in the families for who knows how long.
Right.
But you know, they bring back memories for everybody. But what a cool event! Like I'm amazed at how many people came out today. Now the weather was a little cool, and it's still a little cool, but I think that might have helped because you can't go in the water today.
Yeah, you
Exactly.
can't get on the lake today. It's kind of cold.
I will
for that.
tell you though, the number of boats that are down there at the dam, it's impressive. They've got all their docks full down there.
Oh, that a Neon Taco, yeah.
So what they're
George-
doing is they're coming in, docking, and getting up and walking,
Well,
and then going back down to
And
the
I want to
boat.
tell you what's so cool about that. George Tucker, I mean, let's face it, amazing guy on the strip.
Amazing.
We're here at Malted Monkey. He owns this. Tucker's right next door. Neon Taco. I did a podcast with him about a month ago, and he told his managers down there at Neon Taco, he said, if somebody wants to come here and park and they want to walk up the strip and go somewhere else, you let them. He goes, I'm here for the community. I have one of the places that you can park and actually take a boat to the strip.
Right.
And, you know, he's a business owner. He
He's
wants people to
business-
eat there.
Sure, absolutely.
But he said, I don't care if he goes, that's on us. If we don't provide a good enough product where they want to stop and eat, then that's on us. And I hope they do. But if they want to come up and have an ice cream or a piece of candy or go to Casablanca or for pizza or whatever, they can do that. And what a cool attitude, right?
Great attitude.
And I
that's
love
what
that
it
the
takes.
strip's coming back to the family atmosphere.
Yes. I mean, look, Bike Week's Bike Week.
Bike Week's
We
Bike
get it.
Week.
There's things, you know, there's all kinds of places for different people and what they want to do. But events like this are what the lake's built on. And
This
and
is the 37th annual Magic Dragon Street Meet National here. I mean, this is great, but look at the crowd. I mean,
and
there's
you guys have a car in this, right?
Yes, I do. Just nothing fancy, just a little Camaro convertible, but you know, it's fun. We played around last night with it. You know, I sat with my car all day, telling people all about my car all day, and well, today I'm working all day.
And that's what's cool about it. I know we see you guys. I've seen you at the Friday night thing we do, the Hot Summer Nights.
Hot
You guys
Summer
come
Nights
out
is
for
next
that.
Friday night. So
Team Lassen was one of the first people that got in the LOZ app. We love you guys. You guys had faith in us when we were just starting out, when we had a couple thousand people in the app. We just turned 30,000 people in the
that's
app.
amazing.
We have the podcast network now, so we're able to do streaming events like this. We're able to give people the podcast, which you've been on with us, and tell them a little bit. If you want to get if you need to get a home loan or a condo loan or a loan for any kind of property you're doing, you need to call Team Lassen. And
Call us. You can visit our website at yourlakeloan.com. You can stop by Bagnell Dam Boulevard and see us.
you can go in the LOZ app and go right under lenders, and they're right there. They're one
Right
of the
there.
major sponsors. It's easy, one click, and they're talking to you. But you guys, you have some pretty cool programs. You can really help people save a lot of money, can't you?
Yeah, actually, and Flat Branch is amazing. We just did one yesterday that I was working on a first-time home buyer in Illinois, and he was kind of short on his funds of his closing costs. And I went, wait a minute. And I did a little research, and Flat Branch has a grant if they qualify, and we give them 2% of their purchase price towards their closing costs.
2%. That's huge.
That's huge. It's
That's like
huge.
half the rate.
This made a difference between that day with this. Just it was a younger kid. His parents were helping him, but you know, mom, dad, they'll help as much as they want. They didn't want to give him any more money, and he needed more money. And you know, when we realized that we had that program here, it was like game changer. Just absolutely a game changer. The kids super excited, and of course the parents are way excited. So parents are previous clients of ours, so they were tickled to death that we're able to do that for them. It's really a neat product.
And you don't want to use a lender out of the market anyway for
Right.
properties down here. There's just too much. They don't understand docks. They don't understand seawalls. They don't understand septic systems. They don't understand
Flood zone.
flood zones. You guys do.
Homeowners associations.
you're
I mean,
at-
the list is endless.
Yeah, you're experts, and you guys are local. And the thing I love about you guys is you're involved in so much. I see you out at all the socials. I see you out at all the charity events. You guys really get involved. You put the money back in the market. You help people that aren't just clients; they become friends, and that's something that I think is just invaluable today.
We love this community. We love working in this community. We love living in this community, and we love helping people get their home in this community.
At the end of the day, you know, the process sometimes is rough to get you from start to finish. But when you're at the closing table, you know, people are happy. They're excited. They're starting a new product in their life. They're doing something different. You know, tears are flowing, handshakes, hugs, everything. It's great. Closings are a lot of fun.
Yeah, you're making memories.
You're making memories.
And then we
Absolutely.
see them down in the community after they've closed.
Well, thank you guys for being partners in the app. Thank you for being on the podcast. And, we encourage anybody in the LOZ app and on the podcast to call you guys. Really give these guys your first shot because they're going to make it really easy. They're going to probably find you the best rate. They're going to find you a deal. And, 2%, that's huge.
It's huge.
That made
It's
somebody's day, I'm sure.
It did.
Well, Ken, we appreciate the opportunity. You've been amazing to us as well. And you have a great product, and we truly appreciate what you do for us. So thank you.
Thanks, guys. Well, get back to work and get some people up and down the street.
That's
All
right.
right.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Mike and Michelle Last. Thank you, guys. All right, welcome back to the LOZ Podcast Network. We are broadcasting live from the Magic Dragon Street Meet. We have the king of barbecue with us today, Mike Jones. Mike, how you doing?
Doing great. Doing great. How are you doing today, man?
I'm doing good, buddy. What do you think about this? This is pretty wild, isn't it?
It's awesome. It's awesome. It's great. Yeah, I love seeing the strip happen like this down here.
I think there's probably at least at the biggest part where all the people, I think there was close to 10,000 people here. I mean, there was.
Imagine.
You drove in. I mean, how was the traffic?
It's a 2-mile walk. So.
Oh, jeez. Luckily, we're going to get you one of these golf carts going out, so you won't have to walk it back.
I love you.
Let's talk barbecue and let's just talk food because you're such a foodie like me. Like you and I, we just sit down and we talk about food all the time. And you have now 3 locations, right?
3, correct. Yeah, we have Osage Beach, Eldon, and Lebanon.
And so the Lebanon also features pies, right? Like you have.
Yeah. You know, the cool thing about the Low Lebanon store, it's kind of like a historic landmark in Lebanon up there. It's on Old Route 66. It used to be the old Rinks Market. It opened up like back in the early 1940s. Cool old building there. The grandkids opened up a restaurant there a few years ago. The original owner of the place, the Rink family, and then they just kind of overwhelmed them. They did such a great business there and stuff. And they had a lady there doing their pies. And when I went to take the building over, she was kind of looking for work and looking for something to do. It's like, well, hey, they'll fit right in here. You know?
Right.
Nothing better than pie and barbecue. So
That's
yeah.
right. That's awesome. And then you're right in Blair's Landing in the middle of Osage Beach. And then you got an Eldon store.
Yeah, over on Maple Street over there, kind of like just down Cadcore from Whittles over there. It's an old gas station over there is what it is. So yeah, it's kind of small inside, but quaint and everything. So
Now, do you cook at one location and take it to everybody, or do all the
we do.
locations?
So Lebanon's our hub. We do everything at Lebanon. We smoke everything there. We make all of our sides that prep everything there. And then every morning, everything gets loaded up in the coolers and gets shipped out to the locations. And then they take and they heat up their sides, what they need and everything and stuff. And then, we're a sellout barbecue. So it works out pretty good. They get so much a day there. And then when they're done,
When it's
they're
gone,
done.
it's gone.
It's gone. Yeah, time to go home.
Well, I love it. I see sometimes you'll have a post out on Facebook at like 6 o'clock, and you'll be like, "We got 2 chickens left. Come get them."
Yeah, stash ready to go home. We'll get them out of here.
So, tell me a little bit about the cheesy corn, because
Cheesy corn.
that is a fan favorite, isn't it?
It is. It's definitely one of our biggest sellers there. It's just, it's just sweet and cheesy and salty, and
It's amazing. Like, I mean, it's addictive. I mean, you have to go there. I get the full pound when I go there because it's so good.
yeah. That's when everybody always starts working for us. That's like the thing they eat like every day for a month, and then they kind of stop. They lay off of it a little bit there. But it's funny, every now and then you'll taste something like, oh my gosh, that's really good. Because you haven't had them for like 2 or 3 days.
Now, you do more than just barbecue, though. Like, I mean, I'll see you post up. Well, one thing I think you still do, and maybe you just do it for events, but your chicken and dumplings. I mean, come on.
yeah. I've been doing those for years. I've been doing those since I was a kid. That's from the old smorgasbord in Osage Beach, and that's something I've always made those about everywhere I've ever been and worked.
Is there a better like home cooked meal than that?
Chicken dumplings are, home comfort food 101 there, definitely. So yeah.
So when you come into your place, you can buy by the pound. You have plates you put together, so you get little combos. What's your favorite?
My favorite's the brisket.
You like the brisket?
I like the brisket. I mean, I like everything, but I mean, like all the sides, they're all my favorites, but that's why they're there, and stuff. But brisket, definitely. I mean, I eat brisket every day for sure. Every day, I try everything every day for sure, like a little bite here and there. Usually always have one of our smoked sausages every day for sure. A little pulled pork, but I usually either have like a brisket platter or a sandwich for lunch or dinner, something there for sure. Yeah. So.
I got to tell you, my favorite is the turkey, man. You make a smoked turkey that is as juicy, and I mean, it is amazing. I love it.
Thanks. Yeah, it took a lot of time to practice, get that honed in there and stuff.
And I keep trying, and I can't do it. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but I can't get mine. Comes out, it's like leather.
We'll talk turkey someday.
That's good. So you got 3 locations. Are you looking anymore, or are you going to sit with this for a while and just kind of
stick with this for a while? I think. Yeah. Stick with this for a while and everything.
And you do catering as well?
Oh yeah. Catering. That's really our kind of specialty there, doing catering. Whatever. I mean, no party too big or too small for sure. We can do anything from 2 people to 1,000 people. It's no problem.
That's really cool. And I always find like when I'm doing an event or something, or some kind of where something is catered, barbecue is really the way to do it. I mean, because you can keep it, you can hold it, and it's still good.
Exactly.
Anything else you're trying to keep hot, but it's going to get dried out. You guys can do barbecue, and you can make it really cool for an event.
Definitely. It makes it quick too. I mean, I love when people call us up and say, "Hey, we need food for like 50 people or 100 people." It's like, all right, be ready in half hour, be ready in 45 minutes. So yeah, and that just means we're going to close early that day. So it means that we're going to sell out there, and that's what we're trying to do ideally. Is sell out early there.
Right. That's the whole goal, right? You want to
have fresh every day.
Now, I know when we talked about a year ago, you were thinking about the concept of doing some Asian noodle bowl kind of thing at night. Are you still thinking about that, or did you decide you like to sleep?
That's still in the back burner. It's been on the plate for on the back burner there for probably since about 2020, 2021 there and everything. I've already got kind of signs designed or whatever and stuff. We do that. So.
I keep asking you because I want it. So that's why.
Yeah, it'd be like an Asian smokehouse, what it'll be. So.
Oh, that's cool, man. That's awesome. Well, I tell you, if you need barbecue, or you want barbecue, or you want to taste some really good barbecue, you got to go to Jones. And he's made it easy. If you're in Eldon, or close to Eldon, you go there. Lebanon, you can get it, and you can get it right here in the middle of the lake. You do an awesome job. You've been around the lake forever. I know barbecue's in your heart, and I love having you, as a friend, and just doing what you do. And I just want you to be so successful. And I think hopefully, this barbecue thing's good for you.
Oh, I love it. I definitely love it. It's I kind of got out of it for a while there. I had the one Campton, and then
You always come home.
Sold it to Chef John there, and he's done great with it and everything. He put his own twist on it and stuff out
Yeah.
there, But
there's room for everybody.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I kind of take a little break from what I was done, but man, I really missed it. I really missed it and stuff. So yeah.
Well, I encourage everybody in the app to go there and get a bunch of barbecue and enjoy yourself. And we're so glad you came down and got on with us today, man. Thanks for coming
Thanks
on.
for the invite. Always a pleasure there.
All right, brother.
All right.
Good seeing you.
See you, buddy.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the LOZ Podcast Network. We are sitting with the grand poobah of Malted Monkey. Ryan, how you doing, my friend?
Doing excellent. How are we doing?
This is awesome, man. So we've been broadcasting all day for Malted Monkey. Mentioned you guys all over the air to everybody.
Right on.
This is a perfect vantage point, man. What a cool spot. There's kids dangling above us on ropes because we got the ropes course.
Yeah, you can imagine the view they have.
So you got so much going on here, and I think people sometimes think it's just a ropes course, but it's not. I just had maybe one of the most amazing burgers I've ever had in my life, and it was in your kitchen.
You're absolutely right. That's a lot of people do think that we just have this giant metal ropes course, which we absolutely have that. And not only is it perfect for kids, but it is fun for adults too. But what a lot of people don't know is that we have a full food menu, a full bar, lots of cocktail choices. I mean, and they do say that we have the coldest beer on the strip.
Which is cool because, like, you know, it's rare that the kids are coming by themselves. The parents are here too. So the parents can come here, have a drink, sit down, let the kids go on the ropes course, hang out and talk. And you know, it's kind of a cool place for the whole family, right?
Yep. No, absolutely. And you know, I want to say one of my favorite parts is when the parents are kind of ready to go. They've had their fill, and the kids are up there. Like, they get unlimited time. They can be up there as long as they want. So,
so wait a minute. So I didn't know that. So they come here, they pay their fee, which is not a lot anyway. I mean, it's a really affordable. And if you're looking for something to do at the lake that's fun, and I mean, how old do you got to be to get on the ropes?
It's actually not an age requirement; it's a height requirement. So if you got a really tall 2-year-old, he's good to go. It's between so any child or adult that's under 40 inches would not be able to go up, but between 40 and 48, you'd have to have an adult with you or a guardian. And then there's no age requirement other than that. Just last year we had a 70-year-old that spent her birthday here, did the jump and everything.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was amazing. She got a free cookie for that one.
That is. Let's talk about the cookies. So
yes.
Not only do you have great burgers and great meals and drinks and all the fun on the ropes course, but if you're looking for a place to go for some sweets and desserts, this is the place.
Yeah, I like to, the nickname I call it is Destination Dessert. So you go out and you grab you a good dinner at any of the fine establishments you got. You come here for a great dessert. We got made from scratch cookies, 8 choices. And then, of course, you got to mention the milkshakes. I want to say we're pretty well famous for our milkshakes.
These aren't just milkshakes, dude.
Right.
I've seen these come out. There's the stuff that's coming out of this milkshake is bigger than the milkshake.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So we got a blend of something I can't even tell you guys. It's a secret, actually.
Secret blend.
Yeah, secret blend. It's on the outside. Delicious, crunchy. You got choices on that one, and then we top it with whip, and then you got several choices on terms of milkshakes. I mean, we have banana, our Happy Monkey with Nutella, peanut butter, and banana. And then, of course, not to mention our alcoholic milkshakes, the tipsy milkshakes. And something new this year, Kim, what we're doing is we're doing the mini tipsy.
The mini tipsy.
The mini tipsy. So for the last 5 years, we've had the only one size on our tipsy shakes. It's $15 for a giant one. You know, not too many people can finish those. It's impressive if you do. So we introduced a mini tipsy. So that's been super popular so far this year. And
that's cool.
Yeah.
And you might be able to try a couple of them.
Exactly. That's the goal. Yep.
And so the cookies. Let's talk about the cookies because I mean, you guys make amazing cookies here. Like, they're from scratch. This is not like you're not heating something up in an oven.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's going to be a shout out to Liz, my kitchen manager. She is absolutely amazing, and she's an artist to it. She comes in early and she knocks it. I mean, literally, you see flour flying around. She literally makes it from scratch and her own recipes with icing and. Man, it's just I'm gonna get.
There's like what 6 or 8 different ones you can
Yeah, so there's 8 choices at all times, and there's 2 that we carry at all times. That's gonna be our chocolate chip, brown butter chocolate chip, and then our confetti sugar cookie. So and then
I've had them. They're awesome.
Yeah,
I mean, they are good. I buy them like by the half dozen. So
that's right. Yeah, no. So I mean, if you are looking to get some sweets, I mean, it's easy to stop on by, get you a dozen, get you a half dozen, and they're big cookies, guys. I mean, really one cookie can be split between 2 people easily.
But you know what? I mean, the one thing that's cool here is like the prices are not going to kill you here. I mean, you guys have really priced everything fairly. Like,
right.
And let's face it, man. When you come in with a family of 3 or 4 or 5 or 10,
yeah,
you gotta have something that's affordable. And you guys have made an experience here for a family that can come in here, have fun at the ropes course. The parents can hang out and have a drink. Everybody can get a cookie or shake later. They can eat their dinner there if they want. But what a cool atmosphere right on the strip. I mean, look what we got going on here today. There's got to be 10,000 people.
Easily,
today,
easily.
And,
yeah.
But you guys, I've been looking back here, and you guys, you move people through. They're getting their orders in a timely manner. I mean, that's a testament to you and what you're doing and with your people
Absolutely.
and all the people you have, right? I mean,
Yes.
you got to have the right people down here. You got to have people
Absolutely.
you can depend on. And
I'm going to say that this has not been as successful as it could have been without the team that I have. I have an amazing team. I mean, I could not have done it without them. And that's what I pride myself in. And everyone came back from last year, so I think we're doing the right thing.
if they come back in this market, you're doing
Yeah.
something right. Because let's face it, man, there's a lot of job openings when the season starts. And if
Exactly.
you got people that are coming back again, that's really cool. Hey, man,
Right.
I really appreciate having you on.
Absolutely.
Thank you for letting us host here at Multi
Absolutely.
Monkey. We're going to do some more of these for some other big events,
Yeah.
and we'll get you back on. And but it's really a cool place. George Tucker's done an amazing job.
He really has.
He has, and what's cool is I just had somebody that came up and said, we came by boat, and they let us park at Neon Taco and come up, and I'm like, George told me like he doesn't mind if people park. Hopefully, you'll stop there and have a bite to eat or have some chips and a drink.
Right.
But he's about the community. He wants it to
Absolutely.
be something that everybody can contribute to. And that's really cool. And so, I mean, thanks for being our host today. And
Yeah.
we're going to do this again. And like I said, if you're out there and you want fun for the family, if you want a sweet cookie that's awesome, if you want a malt that's amazing, maybe you want a malt with a kicker.
Yeah.
We got
Yeah,
those
that's
two.
right.
And by the way, folks, I ate it myself. The burger. You got to get the smash burger.
I seen it. He slammed it. I mean,
it didn't take long, did it?
Yeah. Well, hey guys, if I can say anything else, just let everyone know that we do open full time. Our first official Monday will be May 19th, and we're open full time. After that, we'll be open 11 a.m. and we'll be closing at 10 p.m. and heck, maybe even 11 p.m. some nights.
Okay,
Yeah.
and you can find them in the LOZ app. Their ads right in there, right on the strip. You go there, get their number, you can get directions, you can go see their menu, you can go give them a good review on Google. All the things that you do in the LOZ app, and we appreciate you guys hosting us and coming on.
Absolutely.
And look forward to doing some more things. with
Appreciate
this
you,
year.
Ken.
All right, thank you, Ryan.
Yep.